Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission meeting being held virtually on Tuesday, July 22nd, 2025. We have two items that were withdrawn tonight. The first one is Greenwich Park LLC for a zoning text amendment to amend section 6106, and that is related to a site plan at Greenwich Park LLC, which is on 18 Valley Drive, for a final site plan and special permit to convert an office building into a 46-unit multifamily use on 1.837 acres in the GBO zone. This evening, Ms. Jones is our seated alternate, and she will be seated later on. And with that, we begin with our first item, which is the Bruce Museum for a final coastal site plan. I'm sorry, I did that wrong. I'd like to make a motion that we change the order of the agenda. I'd like to move up in the agenda. I hereby move that we take item 12C and move it up so that the applicant may attend the meeting because they had a conflict. This is Timothy and Elizabeth Wright at 90 Prospect Street. Having made the motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 And with that, we will move item 12C to the beginning. It's amazing. All Patrick had to do was raise his hand and I'm like, oops.
I wish I had that power and other things, but no.
Yeah, abracadabra. Okay, and it's
I'm gonna assume
iPad 2, that must be the rights.
I hope so. Let's promote and see what happens.
They don't want to be promoted. Try again. You do it.
Okay. I believe it's Mr. and Mrs. Wright. If you get a promotion request, please accept.
Okay.
Oh,
No?
they raised their hand and lowered it. Hopefully they.
No, and then it's gone again. iPad 2, are you Mr. and Mrs. Wright? Please raise your hands and we'll promote you. Or raise a virtual hand. You have it up now. We're going to give it another shot. I'm doing it, okay?
There we go.
I still see them sitting out here.
I just got the promotion.
Okay. All right.
Or, well, no, it's still sitting there though.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so you just have to click, when you see that we're asking to promote you, you just have to click yes. All right. Oh, who's the one other? Oh, there's two of them. There's two iPad 2s. This is bizarre. And they're both declining. You don't have their phone number by any chance, do you?
Nope. And now I don't know which iPad 2 is declining. Okay.
So Mr. and Mrs. Wright, when you see on your screens, whichever iPad 2 you are, if you see on your screen that we're asking you to accept the promotion to panelist, you have to click on it for yes. There we go. Phew. All right.
I believe we're on.
Yes, you are on.
You are live. If you want you to use your camera, you can. Otherwise, you're here.
We could do the camera.
Good.
Okay, here we are.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now that we've got all that done,
Ooh, thank
we
you.
will read Timothy and Elizabeth Wright, an application for a pre-app review pursuant to section 613 through 617 and 622 of the Town of Greenwich Building Zone Regulations and the Connecticut General Statutes for a proposed ADU on an undersized lot on a 6,229 square foot parcel at 90 Prospect Street in the R6 zone. If you want to do a quick overview, there was some confusion about your total square footage yesterday. I don't know if you were listening to our meeting. If you want to do a quick overview, or if not, we can just start asking you questions.
Well, first, I'd like to thank you for putting us to the top of the agenda. And
Sure.
second, I'd also like to shout out to Bianca Dygart and Doreen Carroll Andrews, because they've been really helpful and really
They're
patient.
wonderful, aren't they?
It's been a very good experience dealing with the planning and zoning at the town of Greenwich. So I want to get out there first.
Now you get the mean people, so just don't.
Yeah, we were on when you were all talking, and so we know that's not true also.
So Mr. Lowe already has a question for you, so you may not
Yeah.
even have to.
No, I
Okay.
was, if they weren't, if they did not attend yesterday, might it be useful to summarize, what we discussed?
Yeah. Well, they did attend yesterday.
I
No.
thought you said, no,
No, we did not.
We did
Oh,
not.
you did not. Oh, okay. So we think we finally got it straight. It was a little bit confusing, but we finally got it straight that your total square footage is either, Nick, if you have it open, it's 756 square feet for the ADU. You have an existing garage, which we couldn't figure out how come it was 40 feet deep and 14 feet wide and what you were doing with the back part of it. So you might want to tell us about that. You're going to take that, it was a prefab unit. You're going to take that and raise it, and then you're going to attach an addition to it so that you can have an ADU that in total is 756 square feet or somewhat less, depending on where we go with it, so that you can move into the ADU and your kids can have your main house.
That's right.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
And you are here before us under section 699, which when you have an undersized lot and you're doing an ADU, if you keep it under 800 square feet, the commission is able to approve it if we see fit. And one of the questions we will raise is about where you're going to put cars and how you're going to do the driveway and stuff like that. And now, Peter, you still have your hand up. So did you want to ask the Wrights some questions?
the hand is down. No, I made my single comment.
Okay. So does anybody want to ask the Wrights some questions about their proposal?
Well, I can go ahead and address the cars.
Oh, you got two hands up, so we always ask questions.
okay.
You never
Oh, okay.
have to worry about us. Okay, Mr. McBride.
So the garage as we see it, the 14 by 40 is going to be added to on the side, and the whole structure when it's done is the ADU.
Yes.
Do you have
Yeah.
a floor plan done of that yet?
We did submit, I think we did have a floor plan. It looks a little like a, when it's done, it'll be a T shape. So the 40 by 14, the garage we have existing will stay, and we'll pop out towards the middle of the unit. We'll
Yeah,
pop-
I've got that drawing. I'll talk about a floor
Okay.
plan.
Oh, a floor plan as to where, like kitchens, bathrooms and all that?
Yes.
No, we haven't gotten that far. As far as we've gotten is you, and we did reach out to SE Minor about, needing them for engineering and moving forward, but we don't have we don't have an architect involved at this point.
We,
And
we did a sort of a simple sketch ourselves, thinking of ideas of where we would put stuff, but that's not a real floor plan.
the existing garage is a kit. It's a prefab.
Yes,
And according to the narrative, you're intending on lifting it to put a new foundation in underneath it.
exactly.
Okay. Have you sourced that out yet or discussed that?
Well, that's what we discussed with SE Minor. And I did a little research, we'd have to raise it up. They believe we probably have to raise it up about 4.5 to 5 feet. And that right now it's on a gravel pad. So it would need a foundation to be built down and up, and then have the unit placed back onto it.
It sounds like a significant endeavor for the garage because you'd have to move it completely out of the way because you're gonna have to pour a slab underneath it so you'd have a floor.
Yeah,
Well, we believe, without knowing a lot about it, that we would be able to lift the garage shed up and work underneath it without moving it off to the side.
Which some people have done in the flood zones, Nick, so it's possible, I suppose.
Yeah, we thought we could, using the underpinning, bring it up. So I did look into that, how that could be done.
Okay, so,
We believe
so
it can be done that way.
Okay.
it really doesn't make a huge difference to us. But there was a comment yesterday. This isn't the zoning, anything to do with your zoning approval, but that you might actually end up being better off with an entire, for your purposes, might end up with better off and more economic to do a whole new structure, but not our business. But that was the comment that somebody made, and
Yeah,
we're just saying it. So you know, if it turns out that way, we're certainly not going to be surprised.
okay. Well, the structure itself is actually in excellent condition.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it lends itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
For example, you're gonna have, does it have insulation? You know, does it have,
it's raw.
okay, so the amount of work that you might, we leave that to you. It's not zoning. So that's what I think Nick is trying to say. That was, Nick, was I putting words in your mouth? You were kind of trying to say that, right?
Yeah, I think actually we're from where we are today as a discussion item of the intent of the project is to actually convert a prefabricated garage
Mm-hmm.
into a
An
habitable
ADU, right?
habitable space. I
Mhm.
would suggest before you go any farther, take a really hard, serious look at that. Specifically because you're going from nothing to a place you're going to have to live in, which
Mhm.
entails heating, electrical, egress windows, a kitchen, drainage, sewer, so on and so forth. So there's a lot to get to from here 0 to even 50. But just a suggestion.
Yeah, and we're just saying, because what we're gonna do is, when you come to us, then we'll just decide based on the fact that you're doing an ADU and the total square footage it is, and whether or not you've got a place to put cars and you've got safe egress and all of that. But then you'll have to make the decision about what is most efficient and what makes the most sense to you, not our job. Mr.
Well, we do appreciate your comments on that. I mean, we would look to try and do this economically as we can, and we haven't fully explored that option. So maybe that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, and builders will often tell you that they would rather start over, and you might be able to sell the garage structure. You never know, but we're
Yeah,
staying
no.
out of that, not our thing, but you know, we can't help it
think it's good.
sometimes.
I think it's good that you're bringing that up because,
Not
you
really,
know,
because it's not really, we're way out of our
I know.
turf. But
Okay, but we
Yeah.
still appreciate it.
we still
Yeah.
appreciate it because we're, it's a big consideration for us, so
Um,
any input is appreciated.
so, Mr. Wells, you're next, and then Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I just had a question. Just looking at the map, is the worst flood zone on like 59 Oak Ridge? Because that's sort of shaded in red and you're shaded in yellow. Is that,
Patrick, you're gonna have to
it's
answer that, or
page,
Tracy.
it's page 7?
Yeah,
Page 7.
well, it's page 9 of 12 of our application.
Okay,
Now this-
well, I guess on our
Yeah, it gets renumbered.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
renumbered, just, Pat, if you could pull up, it's
Yep.
page 7 of the, yeah.
7 of 19 on ours.
yeah.
I will get there.
Yeah, so, and what's the source of flooding? Is it the river to the, I guess, east?
Yes, across the street from us.
Yeah,
That's the culvert.
They're in
and is
the,
that,
Patrick, they're in the AE, the structure and the garage, the main house and the garage are both in the AE.
Okay.
and what's your base flood elevation, do you know?
I believe it's 4.6.
4.6, so you'd have to be up at 5.6, right, and what about your main house? Is that elevated or not?
Yeah, it is elevated.
Okay,
It's already, yeah, and that's elevated at about that height.
yeah, but if you could pull up it, Pat, I'm just curious, I guess to the west, it looks like there's a worse flood zone in your neighbor's property, but I'm not aware of I don't know what body of water there. Does that
Yeah.
make sense to you all?
Well,
Yeah.
it probably does. You know, where we are, we're at sort of the bottom of a hill. There's hills around us, including as you head towards Chickahominy.
Right?
Yeah,
You've got some significant hills beyond that that probably cause water to come into that area more than to our street.
Okay. Wow, you're between a rock and a hard place, right? You got a river on the right and steep hills on the left.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. You don't have to address it tonight, but what we're gonna do this afternoon, Mary, you're next.
Yeah, just a couple of things. Since you're relying on 699 for your ADU, you're giving up a lot of parking space because you're sacrificing the garage for higher use. You're going to have one dedicated spot for a vehicle associated with the ADU.
So we have a pretty large driveway. We made it permeable. It's
Mhm.
made, it's got red gravel on it, and I can park 5 cars on that driveway outside of the garage.
Okay.
So there's quite a lot of parking on the existing driveway, ignoring the garage.
Okay, great.
And they're
And the
side by side. It's
Yeah.
side by side, not just all, lined up.
Okay.
And the other thing is that the bump out from the garage, the side of that has to be at least 5 feet from the side of that property, because you can't create a new nonconformity with your addition. It looked
Right.
fine to me, although I didn't really see the numbers on the sketch.
Yeah, and we're not going,
Well,
we're way far from 5 feet,
We think
Okay, great,
something like 12 to 14 feet.
probably easily 14.
Yeah.
terrific. Okay,
So you've got
That's
you've got
simple.
room for your
That's it.
car. And Noel, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to ask about parking, which Mary did, so thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, so, yeah, you might, that's really the only guidance that we had for you, was to take a look at, your flood zone, your height in the flood zone, your parking, how you're gonna move cars around. Cause you got people with kids that are gonna be in the main house. They're gonna have more than one car. You're gonna be shuffling cars, and how you're gonna do all that. But what what we require in the regulations is that you have a dedicated spot for the ADU. We don't actually require that for the, oh, we do, right? It does say it, right?
yes,
So it does say it. So that you have a place for the ADU to put its car, as well as for the main house to put its car. And those are really the issues that we had. Flood zone. Given the way this is configured, the lot size doesn't seem to limit you that much, but let's see how it plays out. So that's all we got for you. So you go on to the next step
Okay,
of the approval process, which is to get your site plan done and to figure out what you're going to do structure wise.
right.
Okay.
We have a copy of the application for the site plan, and that's why we looked at that and we contacted SE Minor, because looks like the next step too.
What's the structure? What is that, a patio behind your existing house?
We
We-
have a deck.
You have
So,
a deck, okay.
yeah, it's a small deck there. It's stairs going up to the back door of the house, and a small deck right there as well.
Because the other thing to cost out is whether, if you didn't keep the garage, whether you attach something to the existing house and turn it into a 2-fam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or but whatever, you guys are gonna figure this
Yeah,
out.
we have-
Nick is
yeah,
gonna make one last comment. Go ahead,
This
Nick,
is
and then
this
we'll
is for
move on.
staff. The discrepancy between the 800 square foot ADU max and this accessory 600 square foot, that's special exceptions in our lap or ZBA.
It would be the, I'm sorry, this lot is undersized,
Yes,
Undersized.
so you would handle all of it.
It's us. Okay.
because what I asked yesterday and what Patrick said was, since it's already before us for a special permit, we would handle Because it's undersized, we would also handle the size of the
The
ADU.
special exception, yeah.
But they're staying under what's allowed in 699. That was my big confusion yesterday.
Yeah, but the split, that's the catch 22. They're under the
Yeah.
800, but
Yeah,
over
they're
the
over
690.
600, under 8, right? That's the
Yeah.
the in between place. So
In between place, yeah. Okay, so we'll see you when you come back. In the
All right.
meantime,
Okay, well,
thank you
thank
for
you
we'll
your
again.
work
for your
with
time.
engineering and architects and all those folks.
Yeah, next step.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Yes, bye-bye.
Okay.
All righty. Now we go to our first application, which is the Bruce Museum. And let me try moving them again. It says they're rejoining the webinars in S&D, but they're frozen in place. Okay. Eventually it'll happen, right? This happens
maybe
sometimes.
Michelle joining us will
We'll
reorganize.
bump them. So there's Madam Cronin. All right. I'm just going to remove them, okay? Huh. Alrighty. I can't get them out. And I also can't get them out of the meeting.
Version 0.7 is not so great, huh?
All right, here we go again. Oh, remove. I got it. It moved to a different place. Okay, we're removing them. That should work. No, they're still there.
Oh, there you go. Success.
All right. What the hell? Okay. Our first application for the 9th then is the Bruce Museum for a final coastal site plan for proposed modifications to a previously approved site plan in order to implement an alternative landscaping plan on the west side of the site on a 5.846 acre property located at 1 Museum Drive in the R6 and coastal overlay zones. Madam Cronin.
Hello, Michelle Cronin, land use analyst with Fogarty, Cohen and Nemiroff. Becky Gillen should also be in the audience. She was the interim CEO for the Bruce Museum before Mary Kay O'Hare joined. And she's staying on to oversee this project and kind of close out everything with the 2017 approval. And then Eric Rains, our landscape architect, should also be here if you wouldn't mind promoting both of them. I think Becky just wanted to say a couple words before I dive into the presentation, and she promised she would be very quick.
And Eric, if you would raise your hand, Mr. Rains. There's Eric. And who was the other person?
Just Eric and Becky are fine.
Oh, just Eric and Becky. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, hello, Mr. Rains. Okay, Ms. Gillen, if you want to go ahead. If you want to go ahead and speak, just unmute. Hello. There you go.
Sorry. So thank you for, we're here this afternoon to seek final approval for our coastal site plan. As you know, we first met with you as a discussion item December 17th. And since then, we did receive a unanimous support and an advisory opinion from the Historic District Commission on June 11th. And we hope to really tonight just summarize what the project is, but really spend most of the time addressing the comments that you made yesterday and any other questions you have. And we know there are still some questions about the stone wall and the plantings and the maintenance. So without further ado, I'll turn it back to Michelle and Eric.
Thanks, Becky. Oh, Pat, would it be okay if I shared my screen?
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so Becky stole a little bit of my thunder here. Just see. You can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So as Becky mentioned, we were here in December and sort of first introduced you guys to some of the issues that we were finding in trying to move the 2017 design into construction. And so I'm not really going to get into that too much, just to say kind of in sum, we found that implementing that plan would require a lot more earthwork along this slope than we anticipated and more tree removal than we anticipated. So we talked to you guys in December about a potential alternate plan. And then we came back in April with a little bit more concrete design ideas. And that plan that we presented to you in April is very similar to what you're seeing tonight. Essentially what the concept was to try to make the visual connection between upper downtown, like Greenwich Avenue, and lower downtown by creating a visual connection with the sidewalk. So a lot of these improvements are basically mimicking what is on Greenwich Avenue. And just at a high level, we're proposing to widen the sidewalk essentially to 10 feet. We're changing the material out from asphalt to concrete with a granite curbing. We're reconstructing the existing stone wall with the existing material. I know Nick did accurately point out yesterday there are a couple places in the plans where it still uses the word veneer. That was an error. And then we'll be installing lighting, the lantern lights similar to what's on Greenwich Avenue. And then we've been working with the tree warden. You can see here there's a fairly robust planting plan. And then we're also introducing 4 new street trees along the sidewalk. We're also showing 4 potential art installation locations. So these would be potential pads where art could be installed down the road. So
Mr.
really
Meckler,
this
did you
plan.
have a question? Sorry, Michelle. Sorry, Ms. Cronin.
Ms. Cronin can finish, please.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Cronin, my apologies.
Sorry, so
Really this plan.
yeah, so I think when we talked last time, you guys were kind of interested in what the benefits were, and I did try to outline it in our narrative, but just again at a high level, basically keeping the work closer to Steamboat Road. It's much less intensive grading. We're not grading at all along the steepest part of the slope. There's fewer tree removals overall, and the trees we are removing are much smaller in caliber. We're talking like a maximum of 8-inch caliper versus 30 to 36 inches. And then overall, we're increasing the green area by decreasing impervious coverage by about 1,300 square feet. As Becky mentioned, we did meet with Pat and DPW, Parks and Rec, just to kind of talk about the concept plan. I think everybody's happy with it. We've received positive comments from everybody, including the tree warden. The HDC unanimously approved the application in June. So I think we're in a pretty good place. I did want to address a couple things from the briefing meeting, and then I wanted Eric to also address 2 comments from conservation. Let me just zoom in here a little bit. So I just wanted to clarify, just because there was a little bit of discussion about, what was going on with the wall and how is it being rebuilt. So this black line here is, hold on, let me just, that's smaller. Okay, this black line here is the property line. So to the right is the town property where the museum is. And then to the left, this is DOT property. So this yellow part of the wall and the sidewalk here, they're going to just remain. So to the left here, we're not doing anything. So these are 2 pictures of the same space. Then we redid these stairs already. That's already existing. So this little piece of orange wall here, we're rebuilding, but the sidewalk's going to stay at a 5-foot depth. And that's because of this utility pole here. So this is approximate, but I drew in a little red line here. So this part of the wall, this sidewalk will stay at 5 feet because we don't want to mess with this pole. So then the wall is going to start to bend back in towards the site. And then here you get to the full 10 feet. And that extends all the way down to just north of this utility easement. So again, this is kind of that area. You can see the utility pole right here in the front. And then I think Nick or Mr. Macri, excuse me, had a question about how the sidewalk kind of transitioned around the corner to Museum Drive. So in this bottom right-hand image, you can kind of see this line is the full 10 feet. So the sidewalk's already about 7 feet in this location at the corner of Museum Drive and Steamboat Road. So we're going to be extending that sidewalk basically to the back end of where this light pole is. And then it'll just transition into the apron and then around the corner to Museum Drive. So aside from what I want Eric to talk about, I'm open to questions at this point.
We have Mr. McRae and then Mr. Lowe.
Ms. Cronin, can you zoom in right there at the new stair? Really close.
I can.
So the new stair is in, so where that configuration according to the plan is good. No, on your site plan, please.
Oh, sorry. Is that okay? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so the vertical property line
Yeah,
to the left is DOT right of way, and to the right is museum.
correct.
Okay. And so it goes to that point and stops, and so does the sidewalk. The new concrete sidewalk goes to that point and stops.
Right here, yes.
Okay. In your discussions with HDC, et cetera, did anybody discuss how that's going to be successful or not?
In terms of the sidewalk or the wall?
The sidewalk, the wall, yeah. So one side of the stair is the old wall. The other side of the stair is the new wall. The sidewalk just concrete, brand new, really looks great, stops and becomes asphalt till it gets to the bridge and then it's concrete again. Was there any discussion about actually talking to the state about actually just continuing it so the wall has a continuous thing right to the abutment of the bridge, the sidewalk is continuous right to the concrete under the bridge, those kind of things?
I did not speak to the state. We've kind of been keeping the work to our property limits. We did talk to the HDC in general about the wall and its age and the fact that it has been modified several times over the years. Most substantially when I-95 went in, and then a few times since then. It was even modified when this stair went in because if you recall, and I think Pat sent around an email I sent to him earlier today, the opening for this stair was very narrow before. So the wall actually did get modified a few years ago when we widened this staircase.
Right. And the
So,
staircase was widened because why?
I believe at the time when we were before the commission, it was in the interest of everyone to make this staircase, more accommodating for pedestrians.
To go up towards the south as opposed to continue the east. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Cronin.
You're welcome.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I was going to ask similar questions. I was curious about the distance between the bridge and where your new wall starts and the sidewalk widens. Do you happen to know?
I know that, Eric, maybe you can help me with that dimension. I know that the distance between the stair and this little red line is about 16 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you happen to know the distance from the stair to the I-95 overpass?
Oh, just gauging from that being 16, it's triple that, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah. And okay, thank you. That's helpful.
If I can suggest, Tracy, can you, while we're discussing this, can you bring up the street view of that location? Because I think that's may resolve some of the questions Mr. Lowe has. Because I had the same kind of question.
I do have a few other pictures in in this set. Hold on one second. Let me see if I could quickly get to them. I had someone go out and take some this morning, actually. So obviously this is the start of the overpass or underpass. And then, oops, sorry about that. Hit the wrong button. This is the next image. So you could see here's this front of the car, and then here's the back, and then here's the staircase. The wall starts, and then here's that utility pole.
Right. Let me ask you, what exactly would be involved in having that utility pole moved?
Eric, do you know the answer to that?
Well, there's two sets of wires that connect to the pole that we'd have to understand what those are. One comes from across Steamboat, and the other comes from under the underpass. So they join there to go underground. And so it would be, we would have to know what those are in order to know what we would be affecting to do that. I mean, utility poles have certainly been moved before, but the complexities of it, there's no way to predict it
Right. It seems to me if one of the goals is to integrate Greenwich Avenue with the museum, for want of a better expression, the farther you could extend this new shaping of the introduction to the museum, both visually and in reality, the more inviting and the more potentially integrated it would be to combine, to get those two kind of closer together. I know there's a lot of space and there's a highway going over it, and it's an ugly, dark underpassage there and all the rest of it. But it seems to me to reap the fullest benefit from all the effort you're doing, getting it as close to possible up to that property line, and arguably maybe beyond that, if you could get permission from DOT, would help kind of satisfy what I'm perceiving as one of the goals.
I agree with you that the farther it could go, the better. This is Eric Raines, sorry, landscape architect. The farther it could go, the better. But adding a utility project to this project, the costs are unknown, but completely unknown, and what that does to the time frame is also unknown. So what I would suggest is that we can all acknowledge that from this point moving north up Steamboat is certainly opportunity for improvement, both on this side of the abutment and the other side of the abutment. But that we would say should be an effort in and of its own.
Okay, I don't know that what I'm talking about would appreciably improve the connection, but other people with some expertise in this kind of thing probably could weigh in. And it seemed to me it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a better understanding of costs associated with it, if it were possible, and to determine whether it was worth it.
That would probably be, I would, when we've talked about utilities in the past, it's pretty much immediately brought in the town and the departments within town hall, because it would become an infrastructure project. And then, so it does get complex pretty quickly. And another thing to keep in mind too, the way the current wall north of the steps meets the abutment, I would say is given that the abutment, we could never move the abutment. So the fact that it tapers to be narrow again under the abutment is probably a good transition, rather than push the wall back and have it just be a solid abutment wall. So the configuration that's there, until and if Steamboat ever got narrower, and the walkway could get wider, that's the only give point I can imagine to make the transition underneath 95 any wider than it is from a pedestrian perspective.
Okay, you alluded to a timing concern. You know, if you were to consider what I was talking about and anything else that would be amendments to your application. What's the nature of your concerns? Is it just that you want to get this thing done?
No, it's just it's just working with utilities can be, you know, on other properties in town, we're 6 months into dealing with a new transformer, you know, not this situation, but
Right.
but still, and it, you know, and it becomes unpredictable, you know, when utilities can get to whatever the requests are.
I got it. Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Mr. McRae?
Mr. Rains, Ms. Cronin, what happens to the telephone pole on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Michelle, you want me to do that?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
So the proposed wall configuration currently runs past the utility easement that originates at that pole. So the proposed wall configuration ends at the utility easement. And Michelle, that drawing you had up of the length of the wall showed this section. Right there. So if you see the dashed lines coming down the hill, that's the utility easement. Currently, the wall overlaps that easement with the utility pole, you know, right in there. Yes.
So understanding that, if I see that right, that portion of the wall is removed, not to be rebuilt.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna miss a hunk of wall at one end and missing a hunk of the wall at the other end. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, let's just turn then to public comment. If nobody has any other questions right now, we can take this down. All right. And we got the Tree Conservancy is the first up. Anybody from the public who wishes to comment on the application at the Bruce, kindly raise your virtual hand. And Kate, if you would go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kate Jakevich. I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. I just wanted to thank the Bruce Museum for listening to previous comments from this committee. The Greenwich Tree Conservancy is very pleased with the revised plan for the west side of the Bruce Museum property facing Steamboat Road. The original 2017 proposal included significant alterations to the hillside, including reshaping the slope and removing several large native trees, which would have caused substantial localized environmental disruption. The plan submitted this year reflects a much more thoughtful approach. It reduces the number of tree removals and overall impact on the hillside. We visited the site with a tree warden and Bruce Museum staff, and we found that the trees slated for removal are largely in poor condition, or actually a few of them I think might have been dead already, with the exception of one ornamental apple tree. And we have been granted actually permission by the museum to transplant this tree to a more suitable location. The new planting plan includes a mix of native trees, including the red maple, tulip poplar, white spruce, and eastern redbud. These species will provide valuable support to local wildlife and help prevent additional invasive species from being introduced to our landscape. We also strongly approve of the additional tree wells being added, and especially the planned installation of silvacells beneath the sidewalks. Silvacells are underground structural systems which help to prevent soil compaction and promote healthy root growth, as well as increasing water infiltration and reducing wastewater runoff. They're highly beneficial to the health of street trees, but often overlooked in similar construction projects. We appreciate the Bruce Museum's efforts to minimize environmental impact and support our local urban forests, and we look forward to collaborating with them on projects that prioritize sustainability and tree health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevich. Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Okay, Mr. McRae, go ahead.
Mr. Rains, the transformer that I'm looking at to the south of this stair, has that been removed or does that have to be relocated?
It's already been removed.
It's already been removed. Okay, great. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Were you guys, if Ms. Cronin doesn't want to add anything else, are you guys ready to close this application and decide it? Does
Sure.
anybody object to closing this application?
No objection.
No objection. This application is hereby closed, and we would entertain a motion from Mr. Secretary.
Okay, this is One Museum Drive, PLPZ 2025-247 for a final coastal site plan. Applicant is seeking to amend a previously approved plan, implementing an alternate landscaping plan on the site's west side on a 5.8 acre property in the R6 COZ zones. Whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission approved final coastal site plan for the site on 6/1/17 under PLPZ 2017-45-46. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-app on 12/17/24. Commission finds that conservation issue comments dated 7/16/25 make any recommendations to the application. Sewer division issued comments 7/21/25 requesting applicants submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. Zoning issued comments on 7/16/25 indicating no issues. HDC issued comments on the 6/11/25 hearing endorsing the proposal, and DPW drainage issued comments dated 7/17/25 indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit. And the Wetlands Agency issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 7/1/25 indicating no action required, and the tree warden issued a memo dated 7/21/25 endorsing the landscape revisions. Therefore, a motion to approve the site plan amendment noting the following. For sewer division, the comment, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 7/22/25 acknowledging the comments. So the sidewalk material will be constructed of concrete with granite curbing. Reconstruction of the stone wall, retaining walls to use the walls of existing stone. A commemorative plaque shall be installed to document the approximate location of the original driveway entrance to the Bruce Museum as a place of historical interest. The new decorative light poles along the sidewalk shall match the lights found along Greenwich Avenue. And the applicant shall provide future art installations at the base of the hillside, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Nay.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye.
And
With
Wells
that-
is also
And
aye.
Wells is also aye. Thank you. I just, then the motion passes 4-1. Mr. McRae, would you like to comment on the reason for your vote against?
I believe that actually the time and effort being put into rebuild the wall doesn't go enough to actually address the wall in its complete length from the abutment to the corner. And that assumptions are being made about reconstructing of the wall that I don't believe can be met.
Would you have, well, it's too late now, but we could have modified the motion.
No, from what the information that was provided by the applicant, they gave reasons for their decisions, and we're think beyond that by now.
Okay. All righty. Okay, so the motion has passed 4-1, and we are ready to move on. Thank you, Ms. Cronin, and thank you, Mr. Rains
Thank you.
And Ms. Gillum.
and Ms. Gillum
And Mr. Wells.
and Mr. Wells. Sorry, all righty. We now go to the second application, which is Frank Marchetti. Do you want to bring them up in? Patrick? It's Rick Parisi.
Correct.
All right,
Just needs to accept promotion.
all right. Okie dokie. All right, so now we go to our second application, which is Frank Marchetti to replace for a final site plan to replace the ground floor window and door, as well as the replacement of wall sconces on a 13,500 square foot property located at 199 Sound Beach Avenue in the LBR2 and Old Greenwich Village District Zone. Mr. Parisi, if you would go ahead.
Yes, hi, Rick Parisi, MPFP, Landscape Architects and Architects. I am gonna go through, I'm gonna show my screen here for a minute. It says it's disabled.
Patrick, yeah, Patrick, you need to co-host him if he wants to share. And you're muted. And you're still muted. Okay.
Hold on, we gotta get Mr. Parisi back now.
Oh, he went away. You promoted him to co-host and he went away? Zoom is having problems.
No, my mouse froze on demotion and not on promotion here, so.
Okay, he's back. Okay. All right, he's here. Okay, Mr. Parisi,
try it again.
you should be all set to screen share now. Okay.
Okay, we're good. Let's see. Let me know if it's big enough for you guys. I have quite a big screen, so I can zoom in.
Yeah, it would be good if you did zoom in because we had several questions for you.
Okay,
Mr. McRae,
Okay.
you got your hand at the ready?
Mr. McNamara, he's ready already? I listened last night, so I know what you're gonna ask, but
Right.
if you like, I could go through it real quickly. 'Cause I
Sure,
can
go
give you-
through it. It's always good
Yeah.
to refresh.
Yeah, so this is a really, really simple replacement of windows and doors, right? And a door, right? And I'll go to the existing conditions. This is the proposed, obviously. We're only doing this side of the building, right? And this is just reference of, everybody knows Old Greenwich and a lot of the buildings have storefronts replaced. This is the site. Let's go to the existing conditions. This is the existing conditions here. This is a rendering of the existing conditions right here. And this is the proposed. And we're really just replacing this window and this window here and the door. And one of the reasons why we're doing this is these are windows from, must be 40 years old or more, single pane, not very efficient. And they've been wanting to do an upgrade and do an interior upgrade with, new decorations, new painting, new lighting, a new bar area. And this is all part of that small little package, but because it falls in the overlay district, we submitted it, got approval in the first round. It's very simple. We are looking to just have a little bit of a distinction between the bagel shop and this by us, we had the distinction previously with the black. We're going all glass, keeping the black here and just painting, our window system is black, right? It's just to keep it a little bit more subtle. So I know there was questions about the existing uplights that are here. They've been there for many, many years. We are not doing anything else to the building. It's really just the replacement of this window, this door, and that window there.
Right. The uplights have not been allowed by the regulations but I'm gonna let Nick talk. Nick, go ahead.
Go ahead. Ready, Nick?
Well, I think actually it kind of explains everything. You're changing the storefront, not the
That's-
base, not the plinth below, just the window and door.
Right.
Which is kind of an unfortunate situation because it would seem to me the building, according to the Old Greenwich Village District, it should be considered as one building,
Right.
and that you're renovating and looking at things. It's one building by one owner. You're only doing a very small portion of this. In my opinion, I believe actually a good concerted effort to actually understand how the Old Greenwich Village District should work. It should have been a replacement of the complete storefronts on both sides, looking at the lighting, and if one side's black and the other side's white, again, that's something that, I think the Old Greenwich Village District addresses. One of the biggest things I was concerned about is actually the vertical asphalt shingles to either
Yeah,
side of the plinths or the pediments. You're not touching that at all.
No.
And to me, that actually is getting back to actually an issue in the Old Greenwich Village District that would point out talking about appropriate materials and appropriate places. Seemed to me a vertical use of asphalt shingles is probably not a really good appropriate material. I know that ARC has looked at this. They've passed it on to us. But I just
Well,
wanted
and
to point
plus
this out.
it's, yeah, I mean, you're right, but it's existing and they're not changing it, right? I mean, it's changes in the village district that we're reviewing. If they're keeping something existing,
No, they're changing it.
no, but they're not
Changing the
touching,
storefront. Yeah.
but they're not
changing the storefront.
touching the asphalt. And if they're not touching the existing materials,
Right.
they're
But
not
what I'm
touching it.
saying is that those kind of things, the uplighting, that all needed to really be looked at and addressed.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little confused of why it wasn't, but I'm just bringing that point out.
Okay. But again, the uplighting is a different thing because it's inconsistent with our regulations. So we could
It's
we'd like
we
to ask,
consider the Old Greenwich Village District, and this, as the work
Right.
is put here, is inconsistent with the Old
but
Greenwich Village
again,
District as it's
again,
been.
but the village district addresses the regs address changes to the buildings. The asphalt isn't being changed, so Patrick, correct me, because if you disagree, but my read is if they're not touching the asphalt, we can't really make a comment about it because they're not touching it.
Well, again, the existing building is part of the district, so not changing it is an existing condition.
And you leave it.
Right, unless it is something that's totally contrary to the new design, but again,
Right.
like
And
pointed
I
out,
mean,
one storefront of two
the
here.
uplighting, if they would remove it, it would be good. I'm surprised that the people, if that's an apartment on the second floor, I would think they'd mind the uplighting, but
It's an office, actually.
yeah. But the
Yeah.
uplighting is against the regs no matter what, so it would be great, regardless of village district, it would be great if it was removed. Can we require that after all this time that it's been in place, Patrick?
Well, the only hiccup with that would be if it was installed before the regulations were put in place, and that would have to be provided.
That's 40 years ago, right? Because I think we've forbidden uplighting forever and ever.
It's been in the books since pre-70s, and it was updated in 2010. So those are, yeah, so right, it's been around at least that long.
So Mr. Parisi, we would say you're not grandfathered on the uplighting and we would want it removed. On
Mhm.
the asphalt, I hear Mr. McRae's point, but it exists and it's modified. And so it's part of the base case, if you will, that is the village district includes this building with the asphalt. So I don't think we're within our powers to do much about it. We may not be crazy about it, but
Right. Are we the final arbiter of the village district?
yes, but only in so much as a change is being proposed to us. Is what we're saying. The asphalt is not being changed, and since there is not a change, then we can't arbiter it, if you will. It's not being modified. It's part of the base case of what makes up the village district. So this is not a modification being proposed to us. So we can't say you've got to do this. Which is, if you want to feel better about it, Mr. McRae, we would be more onerous in the village district if we could require things to be changed when an applicant wasn't ready to change them. And one of the concerns you had was that you didn't want to have the village district regs be too onerous for an applicant. So in a way, much as you don't like the asphalt, at least from a process point of view, you might not mind it so much because you were concerned at the time that we did them, that it would be onerous. Does anybody else have a comment? Does anybody from the public have a comment on the proposed modification to the Applausi side of this building? Not seeing any raised hands. What we could do is we are within our full powers to suggest that the applicant consider in the future doing work, if any further work is done on this building, that the applicant consider removing the asphalt shingles and also update the right-hand side of this building so that they remain cohesive as they were intended to be. And so we could add that if we were to make a motion to approve this, we could add that to the motion. How do folks react to that? Well, that was enthusiastic. Okay. Sometimes I feel like I'm all by myself out here. Okay, folks, does anybody think that that's a good idea? I don't know what else to say. So we could just say, if we were going to move this forward, we could just say the commission suggests that the applicant consider removing the asphalt shingles in the future as they would, as to make the building a better contribution to the village district, and also consider updating the right-hand side of the structure. Does anybody agree with that as a suggestion for a motion?
Yes, we agree with that.
Okie dokie. Mr. Wells, you have your hand up.
I don't know, I'd like the motion to reflect more, Nick's comments that those.
That's what I'm,
two-
yeah.
Right. I mean, maybe it's just wordsmithing, but that they not be in such contrast to each other, those two
Right.
facades. And maybe
Right.
you were saying that, I apologize.
I'm trying to say that. I probably didn't say it as articulate. We can't force them to change it, but we can take Nick's comments and say to the applicant, these are the comments, the commission would like you to do these things. So the comments that Nick made, we would integrate them as, we would like you to do it in the future. Because
Got
we
it.
can't mandate it because they aren't changing that at the moment. And only what's being proposed as a change is before us.
Right. My only comment was not on the asphalt shingles. It was on the two entrances that they need to be,
The same.
well, the same, they need to
Or
be complementary would be the word I would
complementary.
use.
Okay,
More complementary than what's being proposed,
perfect.
which seems more
Okay.
like a contrast.
Perfect. Although, from what I remember, the left is a solid door right now. Mr.
Yes, the
Parisi?
left is a solid door.
And the right is mostly glass. And what they're gonna
This-
do is go all glass. Can you go see, if you look at the bottom, if you look at the top, Mr. Wells, right now, it's solid on the left and half glass on the right. And then it's gonna be all glass on the left and half glass on the right. And so what we're asking is that the applicant consider in the future having, not differentiating the doors as they're proposing, which is what they wanted to do, but that they consider to making them complementary in some manner, like having the glassing match up.
Is it also the storefront? Because, it's not symmetrical now, and I know many of you may have been in town for a long time. I've been in town since '64, and this was never a symmetrical building. And this, they have a solid down here. This is an alcove to go into
Right.
this door. This is
Yeah,
flush.
and the other one
So-
is flush, yeah.
So it's not a symmetrical situation, but I hear you in terms of if we
In the
were to
future
replace
to
the
make
storefront
it,
here,
yeah,
it
to
would-
make it
we-
look better.
Yeah, it would still be solid down here because they have a banquette
Yeah.
like counter there, right?
Yeah.
So, it's one of those things that it's always been kind of two different, establishments within the
Mhm.
building, except for way back, back in the '60s and '70s, it wasn't.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So yeah, so I think we can figure out how to articulate that. All that being said, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Hearing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Mr. McRae, might you make a motion that integrates your comments as well as Mr. Wells's? Mary, you're not seated.
Yeah.
And your hand's up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Procedural.
Okay.
197, 198.
If it's, wait,
Sound
if it's,
Beach.
hold on a second. If it's procedural and not related to the application, You can say it. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's clear, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. McRae.
197, 199 Sound Beach Avenue, PLPZ 2025-242, final coastal site plan special permit. Applicant is requesting exterior alterations to an existing mixed-use building located at, on a 1,300 square foot parcel in the LBR 2 and Old Greenwich Village District zones. Whereas the Old Greenwich Village District zone is keeping with guiding principle 1, objective 1.5 of the 2019 POCD. Commission finds that zoning issue comments dated 7/16/25 indicating no issues. ARC issued minutes dated 5/7/25 meeting recommending moving forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission with comment. Greenwich Fire Department issued comments on dated 7/18/25 indicating no issues. Therefore, a motion to approve the following with comment. The proposed lighting design needs to meet the town's lighting regulations, Division 14 of the town's building zone regulations. Prior to zoning permit, all exterior uplighting on the facade shall be removed. The commission suggests the applicant consider removal of asphalt shingles to the left and right of the pediments and the north storefront be more complementary to the southern storefront, thus creating a more contributing structure to the OGVD. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Does that address, before I get the second, Mr. Wells, does that incorporate your comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, so everybody's good with that. All righty, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Remember it this time. Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Nay.
And Albin is an aye. And with that, the vote passes, the motion passes 4-1. All right, thank you very much, Mr.
you.
Parisi.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, on the next application, Mr. McRae is recused. And Ms. Jones is going to be seated for him. And if you want to bring the applicant in, then I'll.
It's Mr. O'Donnell. He should be
Okay.
joining us.
All
Shortly.
righty. Okay, he's in. All right. Our next application is 171 Hamilton Avenue for a final site plan for proposed renovation in addition to the existing mixed-use building and expansion of the parking area on a 6,783 square foot property located at 171 Hamilton Avenue in the LBR2 zone. Good evening, Mr. O'Donnell.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Patrick and Tracy. I can try to briefly cover a response to your comments at the briefing yesterday, and then perhaps we could chat. The zoning.
Yes, I
Thank
think
you.
you're aware that all the confusion we were having about the ZEO was resolved, that we got an answer back from him today, right?
Yes, and I take responsibility for that.
Oh, good. I love having it be somebody else's fault.
It's most certainly my fault. We should have gotten those plans in a little more clearly and then followed up. So I think because we noticed that after we submitted the application and made the change, I just should have highlighted that more substantially.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're good with ZEO, we're good with sewer. Many thanks to Rich and the team at sewer, as well as Jackie always being gracious, getting the comments to us quickly. The owner has acknowledged them, so those are resolved. As it relates to the landscape plan, I'm asking the commission, based on the totality of this and what I'd like to propose, to maybe waive the requirement for the landscape plan or potentially allow staff to review it after. The applicant is adding a hair wash station and I think 370 feet to this building. And what we get to do is we get to preserve this piece of magic that we have in the Chickahominy neighborhood in Greenwich, where we had a 2-family home with a barber shop built on the front of it. And if you approve this application, we're gonna have a two-family home with a barber shop stuck on the front of it. And you can't find that story in every neighborhood. You can't find it in every neighborhood in Connecticut. And once this building substantially changes, we're not getting this back. And I think that's when I looked at this application, it gave me some joy to be a part of it, to be a part of a neighborhood that I know well. It was one of the first neighborhoods I spent a little time in Greenwich. And I think it's special. So when we look at the scope of the project of the improvements, is we're adding an entrance way to each of the two up-down flats. And then we're adding this hair wash station and a bathroom to the barber shop. Every other improvement that's proposed here directly addresses some substantial legal nonconformity or some substantial improvement to the DPW highway regulations. When I was chatting with Jim about the site, we both chuckled. I said, Jim, if I came to you and asked you if I had 5 parking spots today, you know, how would you respond to it? And we both laughed. I did not research, and so I did not want to represent what the approved site parking was. But I did observe in Google Maps that people were sort of parking up on the sidewalk and some areas of the space had gotten paved over. Those, you know, sort of air quote spaces were 15 feet in depth. The garage spaces maybe were compliant. That little carport that you can see in a Google map was certainly non-compliant with any regulation. So I think what we're really doing is going from 2 parking spaces to 7. That's a 30%, by the way, increase in hardscape. But that's the only way we can park this site, is with that 30% increase in hardscape. Go ahead.
But you
I'll
have a
listen.
space, didn't they? Yeah, when you sent in the updated plan, don't you now have a space like a 2-foot wide? Yeah. So you could theoretically plant, not our favorite thing, but you could do arborvitae or something in that 2-foot wide space because they're almost impossible to kill.
Yes, but based on the proximity and the nature of the immediately surrounding development. So to the rear there is sort of a very short alleyway in between 2 houses. And what I did when I looked at this plan and I talked to my client, who was very gracious, giving me some latitude here, is I said, you know, would you be willing to put in pollinator plantings? So can we pack that in with variegated grasses, the black-eyed Susan, maybe the mountain mint? And he was amenable to that, and he would tolerate that. And if this commission asks me to put a tree on this lot, I'll capitulate. But what I'd rather you to direct me is
We heard you the first time. No need to. Okay. Okay. The other question I had, I interrupted you. You wanted to say more, so go ahead.
I don't want to. My best job is when I don't say too much. So I'm grateful.
That's true
If
for
there's
so
something
many
I
of
can
us.
do to get this through tonight and to make it efficient and to preserve this piece of magic, I want to do it.
So we did have a long discussion about the parking because technically you need 10. You are still short parking and you're short as many spaces. Well, no, you're short 1 less space is how I'm reading this, right? You currently should have 8 and you're supplying 5. And you are proposing your proposed changes will require 10 and you're supplying 7.
Correct.
So your parking in terms of being non-conforming goes down by 1 space, although percentage-wise, it's probably greater.
Percentage-wise, there's a marginal improvement, but Madam Chair, what really happens with the parking is we're taking a 62-foot curb cut with 15-foot deep spaces, and spaces that are 9 feet or 7 feet wide, and we're making each one of them comply with the zoning regulations, and they're on a site plan and they're required going forward. In addition to that, none of these spaces are back to street. There's adequate maneuvering room on site, and we're managing all the stormwater that's coming from that lot. So while numerically it doesn't feel like I'm really bringing you much in terms of parking, I'd suggest that it's a substantial improvement in that none of the parking on site today works under any zoning regulation. You would not approve any portion of the parking that's existing on site today. But what I've proposed meets the zoning regulations. We cut a curb cut by 70%. I think it's where you're really getting substantial compliance and parking is the layout of the site and the orientation and the dimensions of the parking spaces.
Okay, next question. At present, you have 50% lot coverage and you're going to 65. So, and you're allowed 75, so you're good there, and you are reducing the non-conformity, got it, in your building area. That was, okay, I got it. You were currently non-conforming at 33.9%, and you're going to 28%, if you will, and your 30% is your max. Okay, I'm good. And you're not changing the setback issues because we've addressed that. Okay. Any other questions from the commission? No. Okay, no questions.
That's because
Hand
the
up.
staff is
And
so
no.
upset.
And no.
So I guess the one question I had was about the possibility of, I guess, permeable
Great
material for
question.
the parking. That I mean, I recognize that you are addressing some of the parking, you're trying to address the parking with increasing the hardscape, but whether that is something that is under consideration.
We did use best practices. Brian Muller, our engineer, did use best practices. For here to do, we're using portions of the parking area for groundwater recharge. However, based on the unique, Chickahominy is all rock, or at least certainly our site appears to be, it would be substantial disturbance to provide permeable parking material rather than the existing groundwater recharge we have. So it would not provide an environmental benefit beyond what we've proposed, and it would require substantial site disturbance. So the engineer had opted for the system with impermeable pavement, but the groundwater recharge located underneath it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the commission? No. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application at 171 Hamilton Avenue? Please raise your virtual hand. Boy, it's a quiet night. Okay. Seeing no comments from the public, I would suggest, well, first, why don't we close it and then let's talk about the motion. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Okay, seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. What I would suggest is that, in fact, we do allow staff to review administratively the landscape plan, because it's really not significant here. It's going to be, they're going to be able to get some plantings in, something green, and they're not going to be able to do much. Somebody just raised their hand, but the application's closed, so it's too late. I would also like to ask, when they review the application, there's a comment that the ARC makes about the retaining wall. And I think when they review, when you look at the landscape plan, it would be good to look at how that retaining wall, that if that retaining wall can be revised, that also be administratively handled. Patrick and Tracy, do you have any objection to that? Okay, Tracy's shaking her head. She's speaking for Patrick. So we would say that,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
that if the plan requires or can do the retaining wall differently, requires or proposes changes, that we go ahead and change that retaining wall. It doesn't work great for me, but I don't know what could be done with it. So I'd rather leave it really to staff to see. I think it's a small enough change that I'd rather leave it to staff to figure out what's opportune. All right, okay, so with that, I'm going to give this a shot. 171 Hamilton Avenue, LLC for a final site plan for proposed renovation and additions to the existing mixed-use building and expansion of the parking area on a 6,783 square foot property located at 171 Hamilton Avenue in the LBR2 zone. Proposed under this application are two additions to the 2-unit residential building portion, one on the first floor and one on the second floor. One addition to the commercial portion at the basement level, demolition of a 3-car garage carport structure, and the addition of an impervious parking area. The proposed design makes the building area and parking more conforming, and no change occurs to the legally non-conforming side and front yards. The proposed addition to the barber shop adds a hair wash station and a bathroom, increasing the personal service from 3 to 4 chairs and increasing the parking demand for the use from 6 to 8 parking spaces. The proposed addition to the first floor unit adds a sitting room to the existing 2-bedroom unit. The commission, the commission finds that this is not an additional bedroom for zoning. The proposed addition on the second floor shows a laundry room. 7 parking spaces are being provided where 10 are required. Currently, the building has 5 spaces where 8 are required. The ZEO issued comments dated July 16th, 2025, raising a concern that the proposed application did not meet Section 6205 of the BZR. On 7/21/25, the ZEO commented again that the proposed side street setback appeared okay on the updated plans. The fire department issued comments on 7/18, stating no comment on the application. The sewer department commented on 7/21 that the submitted P&Z application did not include any plans. Based on the description of the work, this project may require sewer permitting. The property previously completed a sewer repair permit in 2021. Please have the applicant owner submit plans showing the proposed renovation and additional work to this for sewer division review, so that a determination can be made regarding additional sewer permitting and further discretion. This item can be addressed during the permitting phase of the project. The sewer comment was acknowledged. The sewer comment letter acknowledgement letter was received today on 7/22. Conservation submitted comments dated 7/16/25 and requested a landscape plan be submitted for review and a design effort be done to find low impact development strategies for this site. Further, an existing tree on site should be preserved and protected to the drip line during construction. The details should be shown within the site development set. ARC also wanted to see a developed landscape plan that complies with the town's landscape regulations. ARC asked that the applicant study the driveway area to see if there is enough room to create a planting buffer. If the applicant is proposing additional lighting, it should return to ARC. This applicant is within the LZ2 lighting zone. The ARC also noted concerns about the retaining wall and grade change from the parking area to the lawn. The applicant was asked to study how to access the backyard lawn from the parking area. Therefore, I move approval of this application with the following conditions. 1, submit all required data for sewer review and permitting as required. 2, submit a landscape plan which creates opportunities for planting a buffer or a tree, and if such plan can implement minor revisions to grade, parking, or retaining wall, the staff is to review this administratively. Return to ARC if there is any additional lighting or signage. Address any other outstanding staff or departmental comment. And that's it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Ms. Jones, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Well, you broke a streak, Mr. O'Donnell. We hadn't said yes to anything tonight yet.
This is just the beginning.
All right.
Thank you very much. I
All right.
appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we're going to go to the public hearing. Mr. McRae, if you want to come back, public hearing. Mr. Basili, you good for sound? I couldn't get you into the meeting for like the longest time. I'm glad, I think Patrick finally got you in.
Oh, I'm so happy you did. So,
I love it the way he enjoys being here.
yeah, already you can hear well and
Okay, all right, Ed, we'll talk to you later then. So with that, the public hearing, our first application, who's representing the town of Greenwich?
Tracy, you know? Oh,
Jennifer Rockwell?
Yes. Jennifer Rockwell from the
Rockwell.
Cascade PTA on behalf of
Oh.
the town of Greenwich.
All righty. And they're gifting, right?
Yes.
And this has to go to the RTM? Hello, good evening, Ms. Rockwell. Yeah, gift has to be approved by the RTM. After we approve it, it has to go to the RTM. It's no good till then.
no, not under a certain price. No,
Yeah.
because of,
Yeah, but I think the shed must cost more than that number. Isn't that number fairly
The
small?
shed is about $5,000.
Yeah, I think the limit is lower than that, or it is
Oh,
5,000.
I think it's 5. It's 5.
I think it's
5.
9 now. I think it's above that now.
It was 5 when I was on it, but it might have gone up, so.
I'll check. Okay. All right. So Ms. Rockwell, thank you for your service and for subbing for the town. And for being on the COSCOB school board, on the PTA.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'm Jennifer Rockwell, I'm the co-president for the COSCOB PTA, and the PTA would like to gift an equipment storage shed to be able to house physical education equipment on the COSCOB school grounds. And the shed would be approximately 10 feet by 18 feet, so 180 square feet, and be 9 feet and 9 inches tall. We are looking to place the shed behind the school, just north of pavement that is already there for the basketball courts. And it will also meet requirements to be away from the eastern property line from there. And then we will have it on a stone pad that will be 12 by 22 feet. And in the application, we attach photos from the vendor as well as the specs that they provided us as well. And so we are putting this in front of the commission because currently the school, the 83,000 square feet of the school exceeds the 150,000 cubic feet in volume based off of the current zoning. The shed also does not require a building permit. And so the reason we're coming in front of you, asking for a special permit by the commission to be authorized is because of the cubic feet in volume for the property.
Just a second, Ms. Rockwell, it doesn't require a building permit, isn't it? Like a permanent thing, structure?
The
It's a permanent
size,
structure.
Yep, I'm sorry. The size being 180 square feet is not large enough to require a building permit.
Right. I confirmed that with zoning and building as well. It's not going to.
You had the same reaction. Oh, I thought everything needed a permit. That's my
No.
first reaction. I thought everything needed a building permit. Okay.
No, so there are certain things that are exempt from building permits. Little things.
Okay. Mr. McRae, you had your hand up?
You're muted, Nick.
Okay.
Yep, we're good,
I'll
thank
take
you.
Mr. Wells.
No, just a quick question. Ms. Rockwell, is any part of the COSCOB school in a flood zone or that you're aware of?
On the other side of the property is the
Yeah,
flood
thank
zone.
you,
The shed
Tracy.
will not be in the, and
Shed
actually,
will
I'm not
not
sure
be.
if the building is, but there is a, small, the flood zone runs along the western property line of the school property.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so Mr. Lowe is next.
Yeah, I have a question also. The design or size of this building, I assume, was determined by what was going to be put in it. And what is going to be put in it, and why wouldn't the need for other items, additional items, different size items come to the fore sometime down the road and occasion a larger structure?
Yeah, it's a great question. I appreciate you asking. Currently, we're looking at like portable golf soccer goals will go into it. Other equipment such as the soccer balls, basketballs, any sort of field equipment that we use will go into the shed as well. And right now, and we have worked, so the physical education teachers currently at Coscob School have put together everything that they'll put into the shed, and right now the size is ample enough to fit what we require.
And where is this stuff being kept now? In a classroom or something?
Yeah,
Oh.
we have a small space. To be frank, we use a shopping cart to pull like the balls and things out for recess. But right now they're being kept in the gym, and that require the teachers to almost check out the equipment every time they go out to recess if the students choose to play with it. And so
Okay,
this will have a town lock on the door. The teachers will be the only ones that have access to it to be able to open and close the shed during those recess times. And then the physical education teachers, of course, will have it and use it during the outdoor PE times.
Right. Well, in the interest of full disclosure, I wanted to say that I had 2 children go to Coscob School, and that will not predetermine how I vote on this application.
Thank you.
I got one little update for you that won't make you too happy, though. I asked Google, and therefore AI, what the threshold was for the RTM for approving gifts, and it said there is no dollar threshold. And I was so stunned that I asked the moderator, and the moderator says you got to go for any gift to the RTM. So I guess to be Patrick, there is a zoning permit on this, right?
Is a zoning permit
It will
required?
receive a zoning
Yes.
permit.
Yeah, there
Okay,
will be a
so-
zoning permit required.
So since there's no building permit required, we would have to condition this that the RTM has to approve the gift.
Right.
It doesn't get CO'd because there's no building permit. So the only thing we could do is condition the RTM approval prior to zoning permit. So Ms. Rockwell, if you hustle, you have to go to the, you're gonna hate this, you have to go to the Board of Selectmen and the RTM. But the RTM meets in September, they're off for the summer. You can get it done by September. You can get it into their September meeting. I don't remember when the deadline is for submittal. I could try and look it up, but you'll find it easily.
Sure.
And so you are gonna have to go to the RTM, and we're gonna have to condition you on that. And it's just,
Well, I'm not sure because of the PTA and the schools. There may be a different mechanism here because it's not.
maybe, but I just asked the
We-
moderator, and the moderator said they have to come in, and I tell you what, I don't argue with the moderator.
We do have a gift form through GPS that
Okay.
indicates under 5,000 didn't need the RTM approval, but I can go back to GPS and find out if that's
Okay.
changed.
There is a threshold for interim appropriations, but all gifts must be approved by the RTM. I'm asking her, but you got to do it.
Sure. The other difference, I don't know if it's helpful, is that because we are not donating, there's a difference between the type of property that's being donated.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
like-
so you guys work it out. We'll just say that if RTM approval is needed for the gift, said approval must be obtained prior to zoning permit. It's all we can do. And if you don't need it, then you're cool and you go merrily on your way. And we've done our job because my guess is that it seems like, yeah. So and maybe the moderator wasn't thinking about the RTM. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? I heard a very funny thing on a seminar today that they were saying Planning and Zoning Commission should not be discussing where sheds go on a property. I So I had to laugh. And I'm like, they said we should let it be handled administratively. I had to laugh when I heard that. I was like, guess what we're doing tonight?
It was about where, we shouldn't decide on where it should go or
The
whether it should
property,
go.
where? I was like, guess what we're doing? Okay, well, you could always move it, right, if you hated where it was. If there are no other comments, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this application and for the Coscob School to add a shed to their property that is being gifted to them by the PTA, which is very nice of the PTA? Because this has been in the works for quite some time, right, Ms. Rockwell? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I see no comments. I think everybody's in July mode. All right, so with that, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All right, this application is hereby closed. Ms. Rockwell, we will decide it at the end of the evening. And in the meantime, maybe we'll be able to figure out the gift thing. So if we can get you out of it, we will.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, so our next one is 530 Old Post Road. And it's Ms. Siska.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
just a quick question. Is Madam Jones still seated for me?
Yes, unless you wanted to take it back, that's how we normally do it. But that means you can't make the motion, huh?
It's up to you. What would you like me to do?
Madam Jones?
I'm gonna deny
I'm open to whatever. My
We'll give it back to Mr.
colleague
McBride. We'll give
Well,
it back
I
to
was
Mr.
thinking, giving the newbie some experience, so on and so
Yeah,
forth,
but
yada
we
yada
didn't
yada.
tell her
Did me
earlier
write the
that-
motion
yeah.
yet with no prep?
I think frankly, she's a little frightened of Mr. Grumpy tonight.
And Mr. Leroy,
Yeah,
you
my
have
way.
your hand up. You wanted to check if Mr. McRae has read the transcript?
Yes, ma'am.
See how good this is? You
This-
raise your hand and I just say what I'm supposed to say.
It's getting borderline scary, but I'm not, for efficiency purposes, I'm okay with it.
So,
So
Mr. McRae, you're familiar with the transcript?
I am familiar with the transcript and previous meetings, yes, and
All
current application.
Right, this is getting really creepy, Patrick. He raises his hand and I'm like, oh, I was supposed to say something. All
Yeah, but
right.
if he says sits on a Zoom meeting and the dogs sit, then you're done.
All right, so Ms. Siska, all joking aside, we now have put Mr. McRae back on because I didn't write the motion this afternoon. And we tried to do a good job. And thank you, Madam Jones. And with that, this is a final site plan and special permit to convert an existing 3-story office building into residential units containing 10 apartments, 9 of which are market rate and 1 is designated as affordable. Parking at the ground level, a roof terrace, some exterior changes, landscaping and other site improvements. The property is 20,014 square feet in 530 Old Post Road in the GBO zone. And if you would go ahead, who is Emmanuel?
Emmanuel Demora is the architect.
Okay, we need to change their names so that the court reporter has the correct name for the record.
Sorry, I do that right away.
You can rename yourself. You're enabled to rename yourself, but the court reporter requires that information. So speaking now is Ms. Siska. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Albin and commissioners. Good evening. This application has been before you both at a pre-app phase and also back in June. At the time in June, we were asked to go to or directed to go to ARC, which we did on July 9th. The application before ARC was granted subject to with a condition of a digital resubmission and providing samples of certain materials to that body. So we are in the process of gathering the samples to get to ARC. Other than that, we were directed to submit a letter acknowledging the sewer comments, which we did this morning. I'm working with Crystal Berry on revising the affordability plan, which I understand there is a very recent form. So we're gonna revise it to conform to the new form or new template that was just agreed on. And then I understand that there may have been some mention of EMAC comments, and I would just remind the commission that we talked at the last meeting about the fact that even though we're not required to install chargers because this is a conversion, we did confirm that we would install 2 EV chargers. The building is all electric. There is no room for solar panels because of the use of the rooftop space. And I think EMAC gave us good marks. So I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions, folks? No questions? Everybody's good with this? I should have left Dan Knoll seated.
She can still comment.
Hold on. Okay, we had our discussion yesterday was around how the building looks, and everybody was satisfied with that. We had the issue of the open 6110 questions. I believe that we can condition that, right, Patrick, that they must meet, they must address all of the housing analyst comments prior to zoning permit?
Well, yeah, per the regulation, it has to be in proper form for the affordability plans.
And just so the commission is aware, we did address the comments, and in submitting them back, we were asked to then put it into the new form that was approved, I think, at the beginning of July. So we will endeavor to do that this week.
The new rental rates have just been released, so that's the issue.
Okay, so there was some confusion. And nobody had any problems with the landscape plan, correct?
Is that directed to me?
Yes,
No,
correct.
I'm asking the commission. Everybody's
Okay.
okay, drainage exemption, the EMAC, fire had no comments, ARC liked the building. ARC, we would only have to, if you make any additional changes, but ARC was okay with it. You need to supply the letter from the water company still. Oh, bike racks, we're gonna want bike racks. You good with that?
Yes.
Okay. The rubbish area you do have, and you'll need to screen it.
Yes.
Okay, so we'd like bike racks and we'd like you to screen the rubbish area. And that's all I'm seeing that's open. With that, Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, was there the fire comments, was there a question about whether the building is sprinklered?
Yeah, Dennis asked that yesterday because he was surprised that in a multifamily, fire doesn't make comments up front, and yet they do generally on the 830 Gs. So do you
Although
know
it's
the
not at
building?
830 Gs. So.
Right. Do you know,
Ye-
Ms. Siska, if the building is sprinklered?
It is. This is Emmanuel. I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Okay, can someone spell Mr. Emmanuel's last name? Would you please?
It's
No,
D as in David. Oh,
Yes, or can you just rename yourself? But for now, please spell your name for us.
yes, Damore. D as in David, A as in Apple, M-O-R-E.
And I'm assuming Mr. Damore. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't know how to rename myself. I'm very sorry.
Oh,
I tried.
well,
but
we
I didn't.
expect architects to be super techy. Okay, so I think Mr. Basili's got that. Madam Kolakowski, you have your hand up.
Yes, just to make a quick comment, the law department will also review the affordability plan and the declaration of restrictions.
So the condition that we make is that there has to be law department sign off on the affordability plan, the declaration of restrictions. All issues from both the staff, from both the housing analyst and law have to be addressed prior to zoning permit. Okay, Madam Jones.
So is also ARC wants to review the entrance screening or there were some things they wanted to move it ahead to us, but there were things that they wanted, some material samples that they would, I thought. There was
Correct.
something.
Yes, they've asked us
Number
to, they've asked us to submit samples, and also they were unsure about the color based on the rendering, so they asked us to submit samples and also to do a digital resubmission addressing a few comments that they had.
Right,
We expect that'll be in the
sunscreen. Yeah, the sunscreen. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that.
and the entranceway, just so that they could understand sort of more graphically what that's going to look like.
And the importance of a tree protection plan. I'm about to say tree screen, but no.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so what they said is refine the details of both the sun screening and privacy screening for the residents with proposed window sizes and placement. So I guess they want you to return to them with that as well?
That's coming in through the digital resubmission.
Okay, the elevator override and the
Yeah.
mechanical roof enclosure. We're gonna have to,
So,
does
so
that come, go ahead.
no, it's also gonna be within the digital resubmission, which we confirm the elevator does not penetrate the existing roof. The elevator actually finished, the top of the elevator finished at the third floor, and the roof is not penetrated by the elevator bulkhead. So the third floor, it's high enough to capture the overrun of the elevator within its height.
Can you clarify that, Nick? I'm not following.
So
Mr.
basically, you know how?
Mr. Demore, so the elevator doesn't go to the roof?
No, the elevator, the last stop of the elevator is the third floor. and
Are
the
you providing
overrun-
are you providing accessible access to the roof?
No, it's not accessible now. It's not an ADA access to the roof.
Okay, so there's no
It's through a
accessible
stair.
accessibility to the roof. Okay. The two
But there's
open
tenant
spaces.
access to the roof, right?
Yes,
It's just not ADA.
It's private
Correct.
access. It's private
Private
access.
access.
It's captive to the 2 units on the roof.
Right. So the two top
Two
floor
units
units or
on
the
the
3
third
top
floor.
floors?
The
The
2
two top
units on
two.
the top floors.
Okay, I always thought there was 3 per floor. Okay, so they only have access to the roof. Got it.
Correct. There are 3 units, but there are 2 units that have access to the roof space on the 3rd floor.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, anything else, Mr. McRae?
No, but I think we can encompass all of the information from ARC into a motion or something.
Okey doke. Okay, I don't have anything else. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application at 530 Old Post Road? Mr. Alexander. Um, Go ahead, Mr. Alexander, if you would unmute. Mr. Alexander, if you would unmute.
Unmute to be.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, Peter Alexander, a landscape architect and planner. And I've really excited in some ways to see the office buildings becoming residential. But as you know, the per capita use of water increases residents versus office employees. I have wondered whether
Aquarian is
recent-
required to give us a will serve.
the what?
Aquarian is required to tell us if there's if there's satisfactory water supply. It doesn't move forward without the Aquarian go ahead.
And what does the Aquarian go ahead include? Because the recent work on Greenwich Avenue seems to be not just taking care of this little leak and that little leak, but dramatically increasing the capacity. And I've asked several times of the selectmen to tell me what the statistics are on that, but I have not had a response.
What they supply to us is called a will serve letter. And it's just that they can service the demand that 10 units generates. That's all they have to tell us.
Yeah, that sounds like zoning, but in planning, how
But-
many people can be fed water every day in this town with the current
Correct.
infrastructure?
But as
You
you
should know
know-
that all, or not really
But
apply.
as you know, the greatest use of water in town is irrigation. And
That doesn't matter. I'm
no, so
talking about,
adding 10 units of residential is not your tipping issue. Your tipping issue comes around in a drought when you are irrigating. And what Aquarian is required to do for planning purposes is tell us that this is not a tipping point and that they can serve this demand. That's all from a planning point that we can do. Can you service this? Is this satisfactory? Can the demands of this conversion be met? And they say, yes, we are forward thinking and it can be met, and we have to stop there. That's where our authority ends. You want more, you have to go to the Board of Selectmen.
during the 1980s drought, I was able to help get an emergency 17-inch pipe
Right.
here. And my understanding is that now Portchester is expanding using that extra water. Are you aware of that?
Portchester's growing. They're using extra water. Yes, I think everybody knows that.
That's coming from Bridgeport?
You know, it's a very complicated system that Aquarian uses for water dispersal, but for purposes of this and for how they distribute water, because it comes from our water goes elsewhere. The Greenwich watershed water does not stay in Greenwich. It goes elsewhere. So it's all distributed around, and it isn't as simple as one would think. But for purposes of this application, which is what you're commenting on, all we can do is ask for the will serve letter. Unless staff wants to add something, I think that's all I got for you. You got anything else?
Well, when we expanded the sewer plant, we qualified by saying that we would have a population of 150,000. I'm wondering if we are still trying to honor that.
That's two different systems. I know, I understand
It's
the
sewer. It's
planning.
sewer. I don't know what to say to you. Right. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, so the town handles wastewater treatment. The state through the private company handles potable water. So it's not like in New York, and it's a different process. And we are not directly involved with the planning of it because the state takes that authority.
So the state can adjust the population?
You're getting, I'm
I
sorry,
think you're
Mr.
getting into
Alexander,
hyperbole here. I'm not sure I
Not the
understand.
topic. If you want to work with us on the POCD or you want to do housing growth for the future, it's a different thing. For this application, all we can ask is that the applicant get the will serve letter. That's the requirement that's placed on them. We can't go beyond that. And that's
Fine,
the
I'm
answer.
looking forward to fewer offices and more
Okay, so
people.
that part's good. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, any other comments from anybody in the public? No, okay. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
All righty then, this application is hereby closed with Mr. McRae reseated. Thank you very much, Ms. Siska, and thank you very much, Mr. Damore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're bringing in Mr. Hegney?
Yes, and Mr. Hegney has the pleasure of presenting the next few applications, so he will be here for a bit.
Alrighty, so I'm not to kick him out?
I mean, you're welcome to try, but you just have to bring it back.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so our next application is Brunswick School, Inc. for a final site plan and special permit to construct a football practice facility with a partial enclosure, so the remainder of the facility is covered by a roof with open sides, reconfiguring existing parking to provide parking for this facility, and a turnaround with drop-off area, landscape screening and drainage on 2 parcels totaling 43.45 acres located 100 Cliffdale Road and 1275 King Street in the RA4 zone. Good evening, Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. You've seen this a few times as a pre-application.
This is the second time.
Actually, we came twice in May,
Okay.
just as a clarification.
it's
But
not for
they
a
were
few
both
times.
pre-apps.
Yep.
And so we've been working within the FAR based on the commission's comments at those pre-app meetings, which makes, as you indicated, Madam Chair, the building partially enclosed. The rest is open with a roof. This is a practice facility for Brunswick for existing sports programs. It's not to expand anything beyond what is there now. It's only practices. It is there are no stands involved here, and there are no games that will be held here. It's only for practice. We're providing lavatories, but no showers, and the lavatories will be connected to the existing wastewater facility that the campus has on site, and that will be reviewed and approved by the state DEP as part of connecting to that existing facility. We would ask that that be a condition of approval. We've been to ARC. They had a couple of comments. I know you went over yesterday at the briefing. We've revised plans to provide skylights, to provide brackets on the eaves, to extend the brick on the south side of the building and the paneling on the east side. And we've also extended the landscape screening of evergreens along the entire east wall of the facility. It's very much designed to be in keeping with the other facilities that the school has, particularly the field house on the west side campus. One thing that was brought up and mentioned, we are seeking to have 78% green area rather than the 84% that's required in the RA4 zone. The commission does, under the authority of 6-205, note 7D, can recognize the unique requirements of indoor-outdoor facilities for special permit uses, and the commission can waive or reduce the green area requirement. Going through the special permit standards in 17D, I think we do meet those requirements. We provide screening, and of course the building is recessed into the site, working with the topography. We did submit an energy narrative. We're providing quite a bit of solar panels, 100 feet by 200 feet of solar panels, along with LED lights and a insulation to meet the building code. We received the sign off from engineering. We have a green sheet from wetlands. Conservation had a number of comments, and I think we're able to address those or have them as conditions of approval, such as the turf field. They were wondering whether there was runoff. It is contained with a wall, and any runoff that does exist, if there's rain that comes in sideways, would be run through sand filters, which are under the building itself. We've removed, well, we will remove as part of this 58 trees. We're planting 72 and having 98 shrubs, along with literally hundreds of perennials. And the retention and water quality treatment, as I mentioned, is underneath the building. Our only neighbor here besides ourselves is the golf course, and the ARC said they wanted more evergreen screening from what I understand is the 8th fairway on the Griff, and we're more than happy to provide that. Sight lines from King Street are over 800 feet away. The ground rises before this building, and you can virtually not see it once you drive along on King Street. And Cliffdale, there's no sight line really for it there. So I think we've addressed the items that the commission has asked us to address, and we would seek your approval.
Mr. Macri.
Mr. Hagney, the revisions to the building that we have in front of us, is that something the ARC has seen already, or is this new to us?
No, this was in response to their comments at the July 9th meeting. And unfortunately, they're not meeting again this month, although that's what I originally had on my wall, that they had 2 meetings in July. They only have 1. So the next meeting would be August 6th after the commission's August 5th meeting. So I would ask that returning to ARC be a condition of approval rather than having to wait till September.
Okay, and the notes that I have from Health Department, it seems that they could not approve the project at the moment because of the lot consolidation, the septic systems, that kind of thing. It seemed very definitive as to what was going on with that kind of a situation, specifically because such of the size of the building and its impact. You think it should be a condition of the approval?
We are not going to be going to the health department with this. There's not going to be a septic system. This will tie into the wastewater facility that Brunswick already has on campus, and that's reviewed by DEP, which we would ask that you make a condition.
Well, it's
approval.
odd. It's quite odd. Patrick, you have your hand up? Yeah, if you would comment, because the way the health department worded this, it's that they have an expectation that they should have a copy of this.
They will get a copy of the state approval for the wastewater connection, but the I think the comment was that the septic for the houses on Cliffdale, I'm so sorry, excuse me, they appear to go over the property line shared with this property on King Street. So I understood that to be the comment, but maybe Mr. Hagney can.
Well, they have, it says, the proposed building will straddle the existing property line and has bathrooms included in the structure. Connecticut Public Health Code requires a septic system on the same lot as the structure, and nothing has been submitted for this building. They say, as yet, nothing has been submitted to this office for our review or for submission to the state of Connecticut. Based on the above, this office cannot approve this project at this time, which was what Nick was saying yesterday when I responded, well, normally when it's got to go to the state, we just condition it. And Nick was saying that looking at that note, he reads it differently. So I don't know how.
The way that
Go
I
ahead.
read that, Madam Chair, would be that the new building is crossing the property line, but it is not connecting to the septic. So I think the issue is moot because it is not connecting to the system on Cliffdale.
Right, plus it's going to be a merged, our decision would merge the properties.
Well, that would.
Yes, and we did submit a
Mr. Hagney,
consolidation map.
please,
Sorry.
if you don't mind. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, so that would also alleviate the situation because it would be all one lot with a septic system on the same lot.
But the point that Mr. Macri was, I'm sorry, Nick, I'm arguing on your behalf, but the
Knock
point
yourself
that
out.
Nick was making yesterday was the last sentence that Mr. Long has is based on the above, this office cannot approve this project at this time. So even though it would normally go to the state, Mr. Long is making it sound like at a future time, they would have something to say.
I'm reading that as the lack of discussion about how the wastewater is being treated gives him no confidence that he knows what the project is about. I'm hearing from Mr. Hegney that it's connecting to the wastewater plant, which, as the commission knows, that that's a state permit, not a local health permit.
All right. Any comments, Mr. Wells? Is that what you're commenting on?
No, I'm commenting on the energy narrative.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to this and let's circle back. Mr. Wells, why don't you go ahead on the energy narrative?
Oh, thank you. And thank you for submitting it. Is Mr. Cerrone available, or should I just ask
Yes,
you?
yes, he's in the audience.
Okay.
He can come
So
in.
why don't I ask the question, then you can decide if you wanted to put
Sure.
him. So the second point reads, in your energy strategy and features, the building will not be air conditioned, but will have a heating and ventilation system. Currently, geothermal is being explored as the heating, ventilation, air conditioning system with piping beneath the field surface. So I guess the question is, if you do end up putting in geothermal, I assume you would be also air conditioning the enclosed part of the building.
That's something that the school is considering, but the current plan is to just have it heated, not to have air conditioning.
Okay. And then just a follow-up comment, with that enormous roof, you're putting in, pretty large solar panel there. I'm just saying there may be an opportunity to, at a future date, expand that and be able to provide electricity to, your middle school, which is right near there, and save on paying Eversource. And there are also, incentives from Eversource. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Hegney, so it's not air conditioned at this time. Has the design team looked at air conditioning where it could be in the future?
I don't know. Maybe Mr. Cerrone could answer that. Phil, could you raise your hand and join the meeting?
You're doing that, Patrick?
Tom Phillip is also in the audience, and perhaps he could describe what the school's plans are in the future.
We asked him the last time too. We keep asking about the air conditioning because we keep thinking if you want to have a roof over your
Who's
head.
Phil again?
Okay.
All right.
Good evening. It's Phil. Can I speak? Phil Cerrone.
Yes. And
Thanks.
can you just
Thanks for
spell your
letting me.
last name for the court
Sure.
reporter?
C as in Charlie, ERRON as in Nancy E.
Okay.
Thank you. So, yeah, I mean, the reason that it's not air conditioned is because honestly, the building is going to be mostly enclosed in the winter, and our plan would be for the warm months, it's going to be an open facility. We are enclosing it with basically a hangar door. The plan is it would open once a year. It would stay open for the warm months. So reason we haven't really put a lot of effort into air conditioning it is because of the fact that it's going to be an open facility in the warm months and not being closed, in which case it really can't be air conditioned. Now, no matter what system we go with, there'll be some sort of ductwork. If we do the geothermal, we could add air conditioning at some point. But again, the plan is it's going to be an open facility in the warm months.
Okay.
I understand. Yes, it's the plan. You've got a door. It's going to open in the warm months, that kind of thing. My concern is actually is somewhere down the line you occupy the building, so on and so forth, and find that it's actually much warmer inside than you anticipated. And now here we are looking at a very large system someplace on this site. I kind of remember actually having a discussion about going back and forth between the two campuses on the same site, and we're going to do it by buses. And the next thing I know, I'm looking at a tunnel under the road. So I think actually understanding if it's not being air conditioned today, maybe you really should take a look at that just to make sure that if you do this in the future, it's not coming back with this, massive chilling system, so on and so forth, to heat such a large or air conditioned such a large building. That's my biggest concern on this.
Yeah, we're happy to take a look at it. In fact, the cooling towers for the campus are pretty close to where we are building this building. And so we can look even into if it's possible to use those cooling towers for future air conditioning. Happy to take a look at that.
Can I just
Thank
add?
you.
Mr. Philip?
Tom.
That through the two earlier meetings, obviously, we've modified the plan for this building and really came down with liking this idea of having half enclosed, half not enclosed. And as Phil said, once that door is open in the spring, it's going to be open. So it really is not it's not an enclosed building anymore. It's going to be more than half open to the air. I mean, from a school perspective and a cost perspective, I don't see any scenario where we would air condition this thing. It doesn't make sense. It would cost too much money and we wouldn't use it. And obviously it would be highly inefficient because the building's largely open.
And as I mentioned in the narrative, we're seriously investigating doing geothermal. And if we do the geothermal, then that really eliminates the need for any other massive pieces of equipment.
Mr. McRae, your hand went up and down.
No, I think I'm good. I just, it's that, we're good. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Jenkins? Mary?
Okay. Actually, this is a question for Mr. LaRoe. I'm hearing that the building is actually going to be enclosed for part of the season, enough that, again, it meets the physical requirements of a carport, but it's actually going to be used in an enclosed form for part of the season.
Only the half that's enclosed, though. Only the part that's enclosed. Only the part where the door is. So it
Okay.
still meets the FAR.
Okay.
Okay, so it still didn't, I mean, and again, Mr. Phillip, thank you for listening to us that we didn't want to change our regulations in this regard.
No, we actually
so-
we genuinely like the way it's come together. This actually is really,
So it would still be, so when they're indoors, if they've got that door closed, they have a smaller space to be in, if you will.
Okay. So for purposes of the FAR calculation, only the open portion of the building would be excluded from FAR? Is that the way this is going to work? Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, having the operable door does not preclude or allow somebody to count it as zero. So that I don't know if it is the 50-yard line, but I'm going to use it as a demarking
It was
point.
like 40, I think.
Yeah, it's the 40.
It's so the 40-yard line, there is an operable door that is closing in the space. That space enclosed is the floor area counted. The
Okay.
space that's under the roof will be the open area and not be counted towards gross
Because
floor.
it's never closed.
Okay.
There will be netting or some sort of ball security, but again, it will meet Mr. Hegney's letter says that he will meet the openness criteria for the regulation, so it is not considered a wall.
With respect to the portion of the building that's open.
Right, correct, sorry, yeah.
Okay. All right.
There are,
thank you.
I missed this over the weekend. Could we review the changes that you made in response to the ARC comments specifically? And I guess that would be Mr. Cerrone, that would be you. And could we put up the building, what it looks like and how it got changed? Because
If we could put up slide 14 then for the
and
I
then
think it's
just
14.
review in what it looks like now, what is the changes that were made relative to ARC? I wasn't really sure what they meant by an organic structure.
So I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The changes are relatively minor. Honestly, I thought the meeting with ARC went pretty well, and they were generally happy with what we had for signing. The buildings very similar to the buildings that are across the street. And so really one of the biggest comments was that they didn't like the fact that we had exposed concrete. So on the one side of the building, we have a combination of metal panels that are actually embedded to look like wood panels. Yeah, that's probably not the best slide, but
No,
No,
I
this
think
is
if we
not
go
what
a
we
little bit
wanted.
farther, 15 or 16 or 17 might be better.
And
That's
then what
when
we also
the
want to do
renderings.
is this ARC request that the building be more similar to the field house and how you accommodated that, because I didn't see that change. And I must have missed something that, so if you want to address that.
So Tom, I don't know okay, so there you go. So this is probably one of the good slides to look at. So you could see in the bottom part of the building on the right-hand side, we have brick, which that brick at one point only went about halfway down, and then we had exposed concrete. So now we've incorporated brick all the way down. And in fact, across the street, there's a combination of multiple buildings, and many of them are very similar in nature to this. They're kind of, some of them are actually wood, some of them are metal, but they're all kind of a board and batten, brown barn type looking building. We've opted to do this with a metal siding, and technology now allows you to have metal siding that essentially looks like wood. And so that's what we're proposing here, and ARC seemed very happy with that idea. So the big thing they wanted was they wanted us to get rid of the concrete, and we carried the brick all the way down on this side. In fact, across the street, there's a couple of buildings, and unfortunately, I don't know exactly what's inside of all of them, but there's a couple that have the exact same thing where there's a brick structure that's attached to the metal build, to the wood-sided building, very similar to this. On the golf course side, this building is built in, let me backtrack, the building's built into the hill. So essentially, from what you're looking at here, the left-hand side, which is the main entrance to the building, that side to the golf course side, which is the side, the east side on the right-hand side, is approximately a 30-foot drop. That's what the grade differential is. So on the golf course side, the foundation was very exposed. What we've done now is we've basically brought all the metal siding, the wood look, all the way down to almost to grade, kept it maybe a foot or a foot and a half off of grade, so that when you're looking at the building from the golf course, which candidly you can only see probably in December, January, February. Otherwise, you can't see it at all because of the tree and the growth that's down there. And so, but in those few months when there's no leaves on the trees, you will have a little bit of view of the building, but we did carry the metal siding panels all the way down on that side. On the left side, which is the side that kind of faces King Street, but I think there's a rendering in here that shows you from King Street, it's so far back and it's about 20 to 25 feet buried in the earth. You don't really see much of the building there. So this is the main entrance of the building. You could see it. It's about the building from the grade, from the field level to the top is just under 50 feet. This is the main entrance to the building, which is approximately 20 to 25 feet. The field level is below that entrance. Because of that, we did put an elevator in so that people that are physically disabled people have the ability to get down to the field. We do have vehicular access on the south end of the building where the brick is. So if you have an emergency, ambulances or service vehicles and maintenance vehicles can get into the building on that end.
You figure this looks like the field house?
It is similar in the siding and everything is pretty similar to the building set across the street. I mean, the entrance is.
Do you have a side of the field house?
I don't know if Tom has
The
it.
one on the west side,
just
yes, that's
Also notice,
slide
Phil,
20.
You've added the beams coming out of the side at the request of ARC too.
Yeah.
Right. So we did. So that's the building across the street. Right. So I mean, one of the major
And the
differences
following one as well.
so you can see where the beams are on the end. We added those also on our building. One of the major differences is that this building is completely out of the ground. So it's a much larger looking structure. Our building is buried into the earth. As I said, it's a 30-foot differential from one side to the other. So we're buried in about 20 to 25 feet on the one side. So it looks like a much smaller structure. And we've created more of an entrance because of that, because we need the elevator and the stairs to get people into the building, which in this scenario across the street, you just walk straight into the building.
I just can't even comment. Okay, Mr. Leroux, did you want to say something about this?
Yeah, I have an architecture comment, I guess, but so I don't know if this is Mr. Hegney or for Mr. Cerrone, but the high point of this property is somewhere before the what is now the middle school building, right? That's the high point of the land, so to speak?
Yes, it's probably 600 or 700 feet from King Street. And there's a ridge running north and south that does rise up from where you're looking from King Street. We have actually another slide after the pictures of the buildings on the west side,
So
which
the high
is a
point
perspective.
between King Street in this building.
So the high point is
The
King
next
Street.
one from there.
Yeah,
So
so
this is a
building.
Good.
this is a photo from King Street looking toward the facility, and you can see it just through the trees there. It's 800 or 900 feet away, but there's also a rise where those trees are, and that reduces what you're seeing to roughly about 15 feet.
So my question was really the high point of the property, elevation wise to the peak of the roof. What is that differential? Is it 20 feet, 30 feet? How much of this is out of the ground from the view from King Street is what I was
King
trying to.
Street, Phil and I talked about this. We think it's about 15 feet.
1.5.
Yes.
Yeah, it's less than 20 for sure. Because it does, and this is, by the way, we literally stood there and took this photograph and then photoshopped the building into it. And when we modeled it into it. So this is an actual, what you would see photograph from King Street. And you can see those people are to scale people, that it kind of gives you a perspective, and they're about a third of the way to the building.
Okay. Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question about sewer and septic, but I don't need to interrupt this if we're done.
Okay, let's come back to it as soon as we're done with, anybody have, Nick, you have your hand up.
So Mr. Sharon, so this view is from King Street.
Correct.
Okay, so the Cliffdale Road side, you're actually just a few feet off of the tennis court of the building that's out there.
Right.
How high in relationship to that house is the building at that point? It's similar to the other side, the other elevation, correct? So this is really sticking out of the ground on the Cliffdale Road side.
No, that's not true. It's because, I mean, the side that faces the school, the south side, the grade is actually lower than it is on the other side. I'm gonna get you that answer. I just have to look at a grading plan. But the grade on the Cliffdale side is higher. It's not as high as it is on the King Street side, but it is higher than it is on the south side of the building. And honestly, we took some pictures from Cliffdale, looked at it from Cliffdale, and with the trees and everything else, you really didn't see the building. And it is pretty far back from there too, but I'll have to look up the grading plan to get you that answer in a minute.
Well, I'm looking at the A201 drawing that shows the elevation. I think the building itself is actually that elevation, that northern elevation, is probably going to be quite imposing on Cliffdale. I think actually was going to be very imposing. It's going to have an impact on the adjacent residential structure. And
the residential structure that's on Cliffdale?
Yes. As a matter of fact, actually, I'm looking at it now. It seems that actually the landscape plan in your presentation package looks like you're assuming or you're actually taking over the tennis court. It's in a slightly different location than on the engineering drawings.
I don't know. I'm trying to pull up the plan.
The same thing. It's adjacent. It's not even. It's adjacent to the house.
The house that's on our property you're talking about,
yes,
right?
The two-story dwelling according to the plan. It's the corner of the northwest corner is adjacent to the house.
Right. So the floor of that house is at 486. Our building is at 460. So our building is 26 feet below that building.
What's the roof ridge?
So the roof's approximately about 25. The peak of the roof is about 25 feet. So our peak is probably about the same as the peak of that house, probably lower. I think I've never been in the house, but I think it's a two-story house, if I remember, which probably puts the peak at least about 25 feet. The finished floor is at 486. As I said, we're at 460. Our grading along that side of the building is at 480. So we're probably 20 feet or so. That side of our building is definitely not higher than the house. And on the Cliffdale side of the building, the grade varies from 476 down to 460. It slopes. So where the tennis courts are, the grade is about 25 feet, about 20 feet above the finished floor, a little bit under 20 feet, 18 feet or so above field level.
Okay.
There's a lot of slope on this property, as you know. I don't have an elevation of the tennis courts to give you that gauge, but
Okay, my numbers are coming out different, but then again, that's, I'm just
Yeah,
reading the
I'm
other.
I'm looking at the grading plan, so. So the information I'm giving you is off the survey.
Mhm.
It actually, parts of the finished floor of that building are actually 495, which puts it, we're at 460, which puts it 35 feet above the floor of the field.
Right, okay, because I'm getting about 30 feet from the grade at the front door, which is approximately the grade of where the house is.
Yeah, so the grade of the front door of our building is essentially, it's close to the grade of the front door of the house. It's a few feet lower. It looks like the grade of the front feet of that house is about 486, and a grade at our door is 481.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
We're 480, so we're about 5 feet below. Our front door is about 5 feet below the front door of that house. Again, I'm just looking at the survey, at the site plans.
Okay,
Thank you.
Endo.
Hi, I have a question. So how dimensionally, how does this, what are the dimensions sort of versus the field house that you have on the other side, the one that's next to the football field? I know, and I guess in the other building is what, the hockey rink, squash courts, and a gym. So do you have any comparisons on sort of the dimensions on those two versus what this one is going to be? I'm just trying to get a sense of the
Yeah, I've
scale.
never measured. I mean, this is a regulation football field size. I've never
Mm-hmm.
measured the buildings across the street, so I can't tell you that answer.
If you're in, if you're in the field house, and that is not as long as the football field it's adjacent to, and it's not as wide as a football field. So this new proposed building is marginally longer than Burke Fieldhouse, and is wider. So it encompasses a full football field with virtually no sidelines, no space for stands, just the playing surface.
Right. Okay. So I have one other sort of question. I know these renderings have been helpful. There isn't one of this new building with sort of, I guess, how it's going to look from, I guess, sort of the lower side. We see this sort of scope from where the entrance is, but you don't have.
I think, Phil, we have one from the golf course, though, don't we? Don't you have a?
We have one from the golf course just to
Wanna
show
show
you
that?
can't
Is
see
that-
the building. I don't
Can
know
we
if Tom
show
put it in the presentation.
I don't think I included that one because you don't see the building at all because of the existing vegetation between the school property and the golf course.
Okay, and so that vegetation is remaining through this construction project?
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
and
because that's within the wetlands and the wetland buffer, which we are staying out of. The question that came up at ARC was what happens if you're playing golf at the end of November and the leaves are off the trees and you get to see the building. And so as part of the revised landscape plan, we have the evergreens, the green giant arborvitae and the white pine that are going to start at 10 to 12 feet high and go all the way to the southern corner of the proposed field house.
So those are in the landscape plan. There's the wetland, there's the existing woodland and the wetland, I guess the buffer, and then all of those things in the green are the things that you will be planting after this is constructed, or you would plan to construct it. I mean, plant after the construction.
That's correct.
Mr. Macro.
Mr. Hegney, or whoever's actually presenting, could you bring up slide 9 of Mr. Hegney's deck?
It's not Mr. Hegney. It must be. It looks to me like it's going to be Ms. Kolakowski.
I think Tracy's handling this.
Yeah.
That's slide 9.
Is that what you were looking
Hold
for?
on a second. Wait a minute. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Which one are you looking for, Mr. McRae?
It's the rendering of the side of the building. 19, excuse me. Rendering, it's page 19.
which shows the brick on the south side.
Yes, it does. Great. That garage door and those standard doors that are shown on this go into what?
The field. That's field level.
That's the field level.
So
Interesting.
that would allow us, if we need, God forbid, we need an emergency vehicle to come in there. And really, more importantly, it's not more importantly, but the biggest use will be for maintenance, right? So this way we can bring maintenance vehicles in there. The doors are there just simply because we need egress doors. We have 4 egresses out of this space.
Okay, so then all of the bathrooms and everything, the adjacent utility rooms are lower than the actual front door. So you
Yeah,
go in the
they're
front
below
door and
grade.
always go down. Okay,
They're
got
below
it.
grade.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
All those utility rooms are below grade with earth over them, so they're completely disappeared.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Yeski's next.
Yeah, remind me of where we came out about other folks in town using the facility. I know we went back and forth. There was a restriction on the other side. Where did we all come out on this side, the east side, this facility?
Do you want me to try that, Tom? Or
Yes, yes. please, Tom.
I think for clarification, there isn't a restriction on the other side. It's from the town. There's restriction for outside use on the other side based on the fact that a portion of the west side campus is still funded by municipal bonds. And
Right, that's what I was referring to.
This side is not encumbered in that way. Our plan is that this is going to be used for Brunswick. We do let Sacred Heart down the street use our pool on occasion, our squash courts on occasion, hockey rink on occasion. So my sense is that we'd like to accommodate them if there's inclement weather in the spring or fall. And it fits within our schedule. My guess is we'd let them ban a group of girls down, but we don't expect more use than that, other than Brunswick. Brunswick students, Brunswick teams, Brunswick families, that's the use for it.
So it's not really, I thought at one point, the idea was if you're not using it and another school has a big use, that might be a possibility. So it's just Sacred Heart at this point?
It's just Sacred Heart at this point, because we're not, what we've got is pre-existing Brunswick use that's already in these buildings, on this campus, on King Street. The same with Sacred Heart. So we don't want to add traffic to the street. I think we're perfectly willing to come back to you if if the high school eventually wanted to use it or something like that in the future. We could come back, and then I assume you'd want us to, or them to do a traffic study or something to look at more traffic on the street. But we're not expecting any additional traffic based on our proposed use for this.
Okay, and the solar field on top, it sounds pretty large. Central has a similar size, well, maybe not exactly. But do you folks know of any other facility in the area that has such a large solar field? Is there anything compatible? Because
we're always exploring putting solar on our other buildings across the street. I expect in the future we will, but I don't know what other schools have or don't.
Well, I know one school that has it. If you patch it together, my point is that you're putting solar, very large solar capacity on a building at your expense. And I know that there was a green space question, but on the other side of it, you're installing solar at this point in time. So I think that's a very commendable thing to do at this point. And you're looking at other options too, which is even more commendable at this point. So as I understand it, you can't see the building from King Street. You can't see the building from the golf course.
Yeah.
Is that the conclusion here? That's what I'm hearing, because I hear a lot of this, and it's the implication that somehow this building sticks out. But I haven't heard anything that says anybody else can see this building.
Right,
Am I missing?
No, but circumstances could change. So you have to think about what it looks like if it was more visible. You don't know, what the evolution of development could be.
Yeah, that's true of everything. But right now,
so you have to think about the building and not say, well, nobody can see it today, because you don't know. In 10 years, the golf course could be gone and you could have a house. You could have a group of houses there. We could turn it into housing. You don't know. So you do have to think about how this building looks and does it work and all that. It's just,
Yeah, I am thinking about it. That's why
Yeah.
my point,
Yeah.
there's some kind of a tone here that says this building is sticking out, and everything I've seen, that's not true. And yeah, in the
Yeah.
future it might be, but wow, that's not.
I have a hard time because I can't make a comment because this is not my taste, this building, but that's not my job. So here, as I said, so I have to, anything else, Mr. Yeski? So I'm not commenting on whether it sticks out or not because.
The only architectural plug I'll make for the aesthetics of it, Madam Chair, is that both on the west side and then to mirror it
I
on
get
the
it.
side, the attempt has been to make these buildings look very barn-like. That's the architectural plan.
Not like those pretty barns in Vermont, right? Sorry, Mr. Phillip. Mr. Lowe, your neck. Mr. Yeski, were you done?
Yes, for now.
Okay, come back when you're ready. Mr. Lowe and then Mr. McRae and then Ms. Jenkins.
To Mr. Yeski's question, wasn't outside use by the town, other schools, et cetera, part of your original compelling argument in favor of this, the creation of this structure? And if so, what has changed?
I could try that one if you want, sir. We're completely open to having this facility open to the town. Our selfish worry is that we're very eager to get this approved because our funding is going to disappear if we don't. So what we're going at is what we know is a certain use, which is Brunswick's use, possibly Sacred Heart making use of it in inclement weather. But if we get it approved, there's additional schools that have an interest, specifically public schools in town using it. We're more than happy to come back to you to get a traffic approval and traffic plan if it involves more traffic on King Street. Are using it and Sacred Heart using it, it's not going to add traffic on King Street because we're already on King Street. So that's what's changed. If there's anything, we're worried we're running out of time.
So I'm trying to understand what you said at the beginning of your comments. You mentioned that you're concerned about funding going away. Is that the underlying concern here?
That's my underlying concern. Yeah. The building is obviously an expensive building. It's being funded by current parents. They're sort of seeing their interest in the facility ticking away as their sons age, obviously, right? So if we miss another year or it's another year of construction, their kid's going to be a year out. And so all of a sudden, some of these gifts are disappearing.
Well, I understand, but those troops will be replenished and it will become
your lips to God's ears, I hope. But
yeah, arguably, you've got an attractive asset to sell to prospective recruits. So I mean,
the only counter to that I would give you, and I obviously can't go into a lot of detail. Our hope is that it's a $20-ish million building. It's being funded by a couple very large gifts. So it is not likely that if one or two of these gifts walk away, we can just snap our fingers and be replaced. It's not being funded by $20,000 gifts. It's a couple of enormous gifts that could walk.
Okay. Thank you.
But the broad answer to your question is we feel so lucky to be a part of Greenwich and this town. We are more than happy to make these facilities when we can available to the larger town. We do it already with our fields that we're allowed to. We would certainly be happy to do it with this. We're parking public school buses on our parking lots this year because the town has changed its contractor. We're all in on the town. So anything we can do, we're happy to do.
Oh, you're going to take their buses. That's good. No skating.
Not all of them, Madam Chair. We're taking, I think it's 10 on each campus.
Okay. Mr. Branyan is making us crazy.
But now those public school buses also serve private schools, do they not?
They might. They don't. Our students don't use them really, but they may. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, the town of Greenwich funds busing for private school students. We tend to shuttle most of our own students on our own buses. But
Mr. McRae?
Yes, the statements about this not being seen, it's below grade, I'll take exception to. I think actually all of Cliffdale Road, the golf course adjacent to the north and to the east actually will be greatly impacted by this. Mr. Phillip, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're suggesting that if we don't move this along quickly, you'll lose their funding. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's my, and I understand, and I please don't take it as putting pressure on you guys. That's just my worry that it is, we just mapped this out based on the age of the children and the donor, and that math is, we're facing it. I suppose that's the nature of all independent schools that rely on parent funding for certain things, but it's, this building's gonna probably.
Well, I think, Mr. Phillip, I think you got to take it from where we sit.
No,
is
I'm
that-
not disagreeing with you. You guys are doing a good job.
Understanding that actually this building is a significant structure in the town of
Oh,
Greenwich.
yeah.
And
Totally
that
agree.
what we do today really needs to reflect, the next 75 years, 100 years.
I was just answering the context of
Yeah.
the earlier question of if anything has changed in terms of making this facility available to the town in a broader way. And my answer was just that we've tried to simplify this application as much as we can to make it more black and white for you to reach a judgment on. And haven't come to you with broad plans of all these other possible uses. And if we get it approved and we use it, and then there are other public schools or public schools specifically that want to use it, we're more than happy to come back to you and get approval for that additional use.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, the view from King Street was very helpful in terms of trying to see the impact on the neighborhood. Is there an equivalent view from Cliffdale? Or from the area by the residential houses there? I seem to remember one, but I think it may have been very early on. We did a Google Earth search just to see what Cliffdale looked like. Is there? No,
Actually, there is not, and we did have one from the golf course,
Right.
and I didn't include that in this latest group of slides because you don't see anything. All you see are the trees.
Right.
ARC said, well, when the leaves come off, and they're mostly deciduous trees, when the leaves come off, you'll see it. And that's why we extended the landscaping along the east side of the building for the full length of the building, so that when those evergreens start growing, they'll shield the building from the golf course. From
Right.
Cliffdale, you don't see anything because of the existing foliage. And we do provide landscaping on the north side as well toward Cliffdale, as well as landscaping on the west side. That there's a fully landscaped plan here.
Okay, so to the extent that a building of this size is not visible from King Street, you're saying it would not be visible from Cliffdale either?
Correct.
So it's going. And I'm trying to distinguish between it's being screened with your landscaping plan versus the presence of the building being visible from Cliffdale.
So I think two things. One is when the ARC commented, they said, well, what happens when the leaves go off the trees? And so that's why we extended the landscaping on the east side of the building for its full length. From other perspectives, you don't have a vantage point within which to have a view of the building. Having said that, as the chair pointed out, things change, and so we are providing landscaping around the entire building to provide screening should that be necessary or needed in the future.
Okay.
The other thing, Ms. Jenkins, if it helps, is that the side that's facing Cliffdale is the DMAS side. That's the open side.
Okay, I think you just answered the question I thought I was asking, but that's perfect. Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Patrick?
I'd like, am I on? Sorry. I'd like to get back to questions about the septic stuff, if that's okay.
Septic. Is everybody good with the designing? We can leave that for a while. Okay, go ahead.
So I've been reading Mr. Long's comment, and so I think I've got it down to some points, and I can take yes or no questions. But the first question I have, I think this is for Mr. Agnew. Has soil testing been done on this site to replace the existing wastewater facility with a septic or the traditional septic system?
I'm gonna ask Dave Ginter to join us from the attendees so that he can talk about the testing that they've done. I think there was some interest in having a septic system, and that has now changed, but I'll let Dave address that.
Go ahead, Mr. Ginter.
Sure. Dave Ginter from Redness and Mead. That is correct. There was soil testing performed early on in the design process. There was some contemplation of abandoning the existing treatment plant and converting the entire property to septic. But upon further continued design work, the current proposal is to keep the treatment plant and have all buildings tie into it. So when the soil testing was done, it was done in the presence of Town of Greenwich Health Department staff, as well as State Public Health Department staff as well, so that they would be able to say that they witnessed those test pits should a design come in for formal septic systems.
And to ask a separate question, the current facilities do not need to be expanded or abandoned to accommodate this use, right? Or this building?
That is correct. There is capacity, as we understand it, in that treatment plant. The current flow through that through the plant is below their maximum operating limit.
So my turn, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I got a question for you. Go ahead, it can wait.
The connections to the wastewater plant that are going to happen is the new building and the existing homes on 100 Clipdale, or the Clipdale properties are going to still act separately, but the lot is just going to merge?
No, the plan that is being presented to DEEP would include abandoning the septic systems for the 2 Cliffdale residences and having those 2 residences tie into the treatment plant as well.
So in other words, all buildings on the site, if approved, would be connected to the wastewater plant?
That is correct. There would be no more septic system on site.
Okay. And the last question is there a reason why the town does not have the current DEP approvals?
DEP has not formalized or finalized their review at this time.
No,
No, for the existing facility, for the, yeah, right. For the
Oh, they should, I don't know why they don't have the current approvals for this facility. That facility was built, years ago for the former office use. It's been transferred over to Brunswick School. It's been operating. DEP is aware of that. They've reviewed it, the plan, when Brunswick took over. So there should be, you would think, approvals on file at the local health department for that treatment plant. I don't know why there isn't if there's not.
So this is just for the commission. So what I'm hearing, I think we're all hearing, right, is that the connections, any existing septic system is going to be deleted. Then everything will be connected to the wastewater plant that's there, which can adequately take the capacity. That, as we are familiar with other projects, needs state approval, and the state is not going to listen to that permit request until there's a zoning approval issued. So that's, again,
And in the meantime, somebody massively confused Mr. Long because they went out and they witnessed the testing for septic. So his last update was that they were switching to septic, and he hasn't seen anything since, and he's wondering what the heck they're doing before us without having gone to him.
It's in earnest. That's an honest assessment because they went out and did the witness. But yeah, so it sounds like
So that's the missing link that none of us figured out till you asked all those great questions. Thank you, because I didn't know to ask them in that sequence. Thank you. Great job.
Okay.
Because you got to, because I kept looking at what Michael Long had written and thinking, this doesn't make sense. This isn't what he normally writes, but it's because there was a piece he didn't know that he didn't know about. Okay. So we're good with that. We got that one figured out. So the next one is, and I lost it, but someone can help me real quick, which is the conservation comment about the turf, because you got to have artificial turf. You don't really have a choice here.
Yeah,
because
I
you're
think
indoors.
Mr. Hegney kind of addressed that with
I missed that.
The turf is actually technically inside behind a 18-inch wall. So
Right.
any runoff that's actually there actually is part of the drainage system There's going to be minimal drainage. It's not connected to the exterior.
What about
And
the
there's
part
actually
that's in the porch, though?
exact same. No, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
There's no connection
missed
to
that.
the exterior. The turf is actually at a level below an 18-inch knee wall, if you would, that runs the perimeter.
Okay. So
Okay.
the applicant has confirmed that there is no potential for pollutants commonly associated with synthetic turf to enter the surrounding ecosystem.
Exactly.
Okay, and that finding is a finding we should make when we make a decision, that the applicant has confirmed that. Now, at the same time, they're asking if there's any treatment in the stormwater system. But again, the stormwater is not going to hit the turf directly because it's always under a roof. Correct, Mr. Ginter?
That is correct, Madam Chair. The stormwater system is designed to treat the roof runoff, treat the parking lot runoff. It just happens to be located under the building and underneath the turf field. But as you said, the turf field is protected by an 18-inch knee wall, as well as the roof over the entire footprint of that. So runoff is minimal onto that field from wind-blown rain. And everything will be treated through a sand filter before being discharged at grade.
Next question. They also ask how much rock removal you're anticipating. And if I could, it says, please, and that it looks like there's a great deal of blast. It says it appears that blasting or ledge removal may be required, but actually you're working with the grade, correct? So do you know how much removal, how much
We
you have?
don't have a sense of how much rock is out there. Any of the soil testing that we did for septic and drainage purposes did not indicate ledge. Doesn't mean that it's not out there. But as of this point, we don't know if there's any ledge that we're going to be contending with.
But I think that the core of their question is really also, well, it's mitigation of the blasting. At this point, you don't anticipate it much blasting.
That is correct.
Okay. The next question that they ask is the one about permeable surfaces. And they're asking if you've considered that. The key is really that you're managing that steep slope so you don't get run.
Yeah, so permeable surfaces obviously are not going to work with a roof. So it would be
Well, we wouldn't ask you to do it with a roof. That wouldn't be very smart of us. And
that's
dumb
correct.
enough to be on a zoning commission, but we're not that dumb.
So it would be limited to the parking that we're
So
proposing.
why don't we just suggest, why don't I just tell you where they're suggesting it? Asphalt driveways, parking areas, and pathways. We recommend that the applicant consider replacing those impervious surfaces with permeable paving materials to support stormwater infiltration and reduce runoff volume.
It's given the layout of the proposed site and the soil conditions that we found with shallow groundwater, porous materials uphill of this practice facility are not going to give you the intended recharge that you're looking for. Because of the water flowing through those porous surfaces, and then 15, 20 feet away is the proposed building, which has been explained is going to have a field level that's 20 feet below the parking lot elevation. There's going to be a footing drain system along that foundation wall that will quickly intercept that water and then discharge it via a level spreader on the downhill side. So
God, I love when they say that the water is going to be quickly intercepted. It's always so, you engineers are always so optimistic. Okay, so you're going to say, and you're going to use the level spreader. Okay. All right, that's their comments. Not really clear why you don't think the permeable helps, but any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, everybody's questioned out. Does anybody from the public have any comments on this application by the Brunswick School to build this football practice facility partially enclosed? Please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no comments, we go back to the commission. What do you guys want to do with this? Regular members seated? You ready to close it? You want to, are there any changes that you want to see to it? Et cetera. Or that the changes we couldn't condition. From what Patrick has said, we can condition the septic, this wastewater treatment plan. Anything that you have open in your minds that you would like to see the applicant address that you would, Mr. McRae?
I'm still uncomfortable with the septic issues. It's quite a complicated situation up there. And it would seem to me that Mr. Long was quite definitive about his comments on this. And I just want to make sure we're looking at revised drawings based on the ARC review, but the ARC has not seen these drawings yet.
That's correct.
Okay. I think, as I said, this facility is such a large facility. I think actually they probably should just make sure that they're comfortable with this as well, because they had very specific things they wanted to see.
The issue is that they don't meet again till August. And when they meet, we're not meeting again till September. So I think they did. I'm not even sure they asked for a return.
They did, Madam Chair.
Oh, they did want electronic or meeting?
No, they wanted us to come back.
So you have to go back to the ARC. They meet after us in August. And then we don't meet till September. And there you are.
Yep, very specific. Return to ARC with the
Okay.
following, and there it is.
Yeah, and the following, of course, is what we've already shared with you and which we would share with them the day after your last meeting for the summer.
But I think one of the things, when you go back to ARC, one thought I would have is actually reviewing the proposed landscaping to the north and to the east. From what I'm seeing on the real landscape plate is a combination of pines and thujas that are going against the building. I think that may be a detriment to the actual use of screening. You know, it's thujas and everything growing right against the building. I think actually trying to get it away from the building may actually help with your sight lines from Cliffdale and the parking, the golf course to the east.
Makes sense.
Now, one thing on the septic, we are not going to get an approval from Mr. Long. All we're going to get is, oh, they're not doing septic. I got it. Nobody had told me they're not doing septic. That's all we're getting from him. They can't approve it because it goes to the state because it's a treatment plant. So we are not going to get a yes from him. So we can't hang our hats on that. If everybody wants to leave it open until they've been back to the ARC, that's a different matter. But on the septic, all we're going to get from Mr. Long is, oh, Mr. Yeski?
I don't want to leave it open. We have many times had it returned to ARC for smaller items. I would suggest that be the approach. Septic does not seem to be an issue. And neither do the view and a couple of the other comments. And we've gone over a lot of the details. So, you know, I'm not sure why we would leave this open at this point.
And I agree with Mr. Yeski, and the thought would be, why can't we condition it for favorable response from ARC when they go back in our motion?
Mr. Lowe?
I'm okay with it.
You want to close it?
I'm okay with closing it.
So the biggest thing is whether Nick's concern is, does this address the ARC? And I think if we closed it, we could just say that if the ARC has any return, Patrick, I'm going to run this by you, that we could condition it that if the ARC has any objection to the revisions as proposed and does not accept the plan, the applicant must return to the commission. Can we do that?
We could, I mean, I'm not sure why we wouldn't want the applicant to continue to negotiate with the ARC, but if
No,
you,
no, what I mean is, in other words, well, okay, that's a better way of wording. I said it wrong. You're right. What I'm saying is, you gotta do what we have to say to our condition is, you gotta do what the ARC wants.
right, satisfactory
You
response.
have to get a satisfactory response, or you gotta come back to us and start over again, whatever way we word that. You gotta do what the ARC wants. That's a tough place to put you guys, because architects aren't always easy, right, Mr. Caroni?
We can handle it. I'm confident.
Or Mr. McRae, you guys both know architects can be complicated. All right, so that would be what we would do, is we would say, gotta fix it, gotta do whatever ARC is doing. I didn't understand, as I mentioned, their comment that it be more organic. Way beyond me, because I'm sorry, Mr. Phillip, doesn't look like a barn to me, and it doesn't look organic. Doesn't look like, anyway, but okay. So we would do that. And on the septic, again, all we're gonna do is explain to Mr. Long at this point that it's not septic, that it's a treatment plant, and that it's going to the state. And we would ask, what, somehow or other, we gotta get that letter of the original deep approval into the health department. Nobody knows why they don't have it, but they should have it. Because it's kind of weird that they don't.
I think that's got to be there because that was part of our due diligence when we bought the property.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have gotten a CO
Right.
when you bought the property if you didn't have some sort of approval. I mean, I can't imagine that you would have bought it
Wouldn't know it, wouldn't have.
without your due diligence that you had the approval. And at this point, you wouldn't have had a CO for any work you've ever done.
And there was significant work done converting it from a office building to a middle school.
Okay, so Nick, I'm hearing that 3 people would like to close it and condition it if we were to move it forward. Would you be amenable to that? Because we don't like to overrule someone.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll condition the hell out of it.
Okay, all right. So based on that, this application is now closed. All right, and we can move on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Ciao.
Phillip. Thank you, Mr. Hegney. Mr. Hegney, we're not going to throw you out, but we're going to go eat dinner.
Yay.
I thought that might happen if we got to 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
But
we
I'll
got
still be
that.
here.
It feels like 10 o'clock, but don't be offended.
It's still light out.
It's 7 o'clock. You guys want to take our half hour?
Yes.
Yes.
Hour.
All right. Tracy,
half
who
hour
has
now?
the memory, yeah, it went to a half hour. We got
Yeah.
older
Well,
and hungry.
we could take longer. Would you like that, Mr. Hegney?
45 minutes works for me.
I'll be here however long it takes you.
7:32. Tracy, I'm stopping the recording. So I'm just pausing it. So when you come back, just make sure that I don't get brain dead. Okay. Yay. All right. We got everybody. Mr. Basili, I assume, is there. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I'm here.
We're more fun than a barrel of monkeys tonight, aren't we?
I'm in mourning.
You're in mourning?
Ozzy died.
Osborne?
Ozzy Osbourne passed away.
76 years old.
76.
Did his last
Newsflash.
concert in Birmingham 2 weeks ago, and then
Wow.
I didn't figure you for a metal fan, Nick.
oh, my playlist would blow your mind.
Mr. Lowe, I didn't figure you for one either.
I'm not one, and you were right.
Mr. Lowe, just imagine going from, say, Brahms to Black Sabbath in one click.
Yeah. Well, you lead a much more interesting life than many of us.
Yeah, Brahms. Brahms is interesting.
Okay. And with all those segues. Hello, everybody. We're recording. Our next application is the Second Congregational Church of Greenwich for a final site plan and special permit to allow office use within an existing structure that has been occupied by nonprofits and renovations that include new heating and air conditioning units and an interior partition to the first floor space on a 2.9404 acre property at 48 Maple Avenue in the R20 HO zone. And Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening again, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. This was a site which the commission saw in 2020, actually right before the beginning of the pandemic, and rezoned the property from R20 to R20 HO. It has Mead House, which everyone sees driving up Maple Avenue. And then there is a cottage toward the rear of the property at a much lower elevation in what is the northwest corner of the site. And that's the one that we're bringing to you this evening. It's not as old as Mead House, which was built in the 1850s, but it was built 100 years ago. With the Mead House construction, they have 3 nonprofits, one including Coffee for Good, which hopefully everyone knows. And then there's 1,600 square feet of for-profit businesses that rent office space there. Here, we're seeking to rent out the first floor of the cottage to a for-profit general office use. Just clarify, there is no basement. Building does have a partial crawl space, and the stairs on the side access just the mechanical room, and there's nothing else other than what you see on the plans that you reviewed yesterday. Second floor of the building is occupied by the church music director. What we're proposing here is to add 2 air conditioning units on the outside of the building, which have been approved by the Historic District Commission, which we took to them earlier this month, and to construct an interior partition to create a tenant space. This is intended as a single tenant. It's only 1 bathroom there. They're not adding bathrooms to it, where there would be a private office on one side and a more common area with the lavatory on the other. The floor area on site total is 9,947 square feet, of which, including this office space, would have 2,600 square feet of office for for-profit uses, which would be 26% of the rented space to the for-profit tenants. The church is looking to do this so that they can have additional funds to assist in maintenance of the church buildings and their structures, and also to provide funding for the community programs they have for the community at large. There was a question on the sewer acknowledgement letter. We did provide that to staff earlier today. So other than putting the 2 air conditioning condensers outside, there's no exterior work that's proposed. And really what we're looking to do is to provide this as a rental so that the church can have more revenue for its purposes. And that's the whole thing.
Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. I think the heart of this matter, and maybe this is directed at Patrick, if we're going to let them expand the for-profit leasing, we got into this yesterday, do we have any idea, given the HO benefit that we have and given the 1,000 feet and others, how extensive of a precedent would this be in town? Or how many other organizations might be able to take advantage? Do we have any idea of that? Because I think that's what it comes down to. If we let this expand from a small to a larger doubling, although it's still not huge, Are we at risk of a lot of people wanting to do that, and what's the consequences of that sort of thing? You said this yesterday, and it stuck in my mind, and I thought I would come back and just lead the discussion with that.
You're asking me to answer, Mr. Esky?
Yeah, I mean,
there are not.
If it's one other case, that's one thing. But if there's 100 potential things, we got to go deal with it as a precedent in other areas of town.
I'm not aware of another religious institution that has an HO that's within 1,000 feet of a business zone. So,
but it's really just any not-for-profit that is operating, that goes and gets an HO and then wants to have not-for-profit business, right? It isn't just necessarily a religious institution.
Right. And then I probably should have said that a not-for-profit. I'm not aware of another that has all those three designations, being an NGO, being within 1,000 feet of a business zone, and having been granted the HO overlay. There are other HO overlays being granted to other institutions and NGOs, but their distance to business zones is a little different. The Sandwich Church, the old Sandwich Church has that designation, but that's way up north, right? That's not near any other business zones. So there are some of them that exist, but again, it's not a prevalent existence right now.
Well, for example, down the Post Road are a series. Well, there's a church on one side, Christ Church, but that's not 1,000 feet, is what you're saying, right?
So Christ Church, the building next to it, the Calvert Voss house there, that is an HO, and it is not, I don't believe, by the way the crow flies, near within 1,000 feet of a business zone. So that would not be eligible.
Okay, that's my major issue. I didn't have a problem approving the last one, not for profit to help the church. We had that whole discussion. I thought it was a singular case. It still sounds like it might be a singular case in town. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's it. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. McRae is next.
Mr. Hagney, the locations for the two, air conditioning units, I think you might consider actually putting them to the side, as one of them is behind steel bollards. I think the one that's actually in front of the facade of the building has the potential to get clobbered. So if they're relocated away from the parking spaces, that might be the best bet. Thanks.
Madam Chair, shall I respond or wait for further commission comment?
Go ahead and respond, please.
So this was a significant part of the discussion at the HDC meeting. This building is a foot off the west property line and just over 6 feet from the northerly property line. To put the condensing units there would be difficult at best, would require significant variances. To the south is the playground that's associated with both the Sunday school and the preschool that is in the brick building attached to the church. So when we looked at where we could locate these, this is really the only place to put them.
Right, you have one in front of the facade and one to the side of the door that goes to the unit upstairs. My recommendation is put them both to the side where the door is to the unit upstairs, behind a bollard or something, so they don't get clobbered by cars trying to come in and out of that space.
We didn't look into that. Perhaps one of the members of the church could respond to that to see if that's something that's viable. If it is from a mechanical standpoint, I'm sure they would have no issue with that. So Steve Scroggins is a member of the church and has been the one spearheading this. And
Mhm.
perhaps he could join us. And I see he has his hand up and can respond.
Ms. Kulikowski, can you bring up slide 3 of Mr. Hegney's deck, presentation deck?
I should add that Pastor Grant is also in attendance for this evening.
Mr. Scroggins, please let me know if I spell your name wrong.
Okay, and.
Is correct.
Right.
So Mr. Hegney, see, you've got the red boxes.
Yes.
I would say consolidate both of them to the left-hand side out of the parking spaces in that small area there. That way they're out of the parking spaces and there's limited chance of them getting a hit.
If Mr. Scroggins could comment on whether that is something that they had looked at or is something that we can look at this point.
Mr. McRae?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Met there with the contractor. He recommended the split partly because it's the most efficient way to do it. The one on the right would serve the first floor. The one on the left would serve the second floor. But I can't imagine there'd be that much of I'd want to check with Apex that combining them, as you suggested, could be a very interesting idea.
Right, you just put the suitcase condenser unit in the same location outside on that side.
Yeah.
I think, for you in the long run,
yeah.
Inevitably somebody's going to collaborate unless you put something in front of that parking
Well,
space and then compromise the parking space.
Yeah, he Apex would have two steel pole braces in front of each. So, as he said, snowplow would have a tough time making it because they put these in places where they have to protect for that. But I frankly like your idea. If there's not a electrical issue or location, that it should be fine.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Scroggins, while you're speaking, a neighbor wrote in asking if you still had the position that authorized you to sign on behalf of the church, that your job has changed?
I'm a member of the church council, past treasurer, past head of finance and administration, 2 terms as president of the church council.
I think that was the question.
And I'm currently the assistant treasurer, which gives me, I'm one of 2 or 3 have signing authority for the church.
Okay,
And
I think their question was, okay, and their question, Patrick, that the neighbor was asking us in the feedback was that Mr. Scroggins isn't president of the council anymore. I think that was what it said. I'm doing it from memory. And that therefore, did he have signing authority on behalf of the church to sign the application?
The answer is yes.
Okay. All righty. Okay. Okay. So Mr. McRae?
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lowe is next.
Yeah, I guess we don't need to leave this up here, right? On this, there we go. And then I'll put my screen back on. Sorry, I'm moving backwards prior to Mr. McRae's comments to Mr. Yeski. I'm sympathetic to the pressures that religious entities and not for profits encountered to generate revenue any way they can. But I don't think that we can consider this a unique case worthy of exception, perhaps, based upon the reading of the HO regulation. I mean, I think it's difficult to anticipate the impact of a precedent on future applications seeking to help some, underlying very noble cause. So that's kind of a bind we're in. And if we're true to our regulations and ourselves and our roles as commissioners, I think this it's creating a problem for us, and it's challenging. And I'm struggling with it.
Mr. Hegney, do you want to respond to that, or you're just going to?
Yes, if I could. I think, as Pat has pointed out, you have to meet 3 criteria. First, you have to be a nonprofit, and then second, you have to have this commission approve it, and the Historic District Commission approve it as a historic overlay. And then you have to be within 1,000 feet of a commercial zone. And I think when you combine all those together, you're looking at a rather unique situation. I would say that the Second Congregational Church is a rather unique location. It's right near the business district. There are most religious institutions in town are in residential areas, but they're not necessarily adjacent to commercial areas. And so, and of course, then it has to be a building that is considered by the Historic District Commission and this commission to be historic. So I think you're looking at if at best a handful. I am not aware of another one in town currently that would qualify the way the Second Congregational Church has. And the way the regulation is now worded.
St. Catherine's comes to mind.
Well, does St. Catherine's qualify as historic?
So it's old enough, the building's old enough. Don't go saying it was built before you were born, and that wasn't that long ago.
Mr. Hegney, in response to that, and I hope I'm not cutting your statement off, but I think it was the illustrious Donald Rumsfeld who somewhat awkwardly expressed that about known knowns and known unknowns, and then unknown unknowns. And we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know, we can't foresee the future, but we've seen it in this commission where we think we're free and clear, and we have a very sound rationale for supporting an application. And then within a couple of years, guess what? Somebody rears that application's ugly head and throws it in our face and says, look, this is what you did. And if you did it here, then we should be able to do it. So, but that's sort of a silly argument, but I still think that we don't know what we don't know, but we know we should be adhering to the regulations. And the fact that if you look at the population of, not-for-profits that pass muster with the Historic District Commission and the P&Z and blah, I know that's, you can say that, but we don't, I don't know. And I challenge anybody to predict accurately that what's going to happen in the future. So that's why I'm struggling with it.
Well, let's look at this particular property itself. It is in a residential zone, but it fronts on Route 1. It has an entrance to its parking areas on Route 1. It has ample parking on site, and particularly in front of this building, there's ample parking for a small office, which is what the church would look to rent to, just as they have for the 2 offices at Mead House. So I think when you combine what it is that we're looking to do, the structures that we're looking to do it in, I would say, modest size of the space that's involved and its location on Route 1, I think that it's worthy of your approval just based on those criteria without looking at where else in town this could happen.
Well, I would remind you that this is not the first rodeo for this site, and that this came before us before, and our very clairvoyant chairperson voted against that application, in part because of the very thing that I'm talking about, maybe not as eloquently as she could, but about the concern she had for introducing the commercial component to that HO.
I suppose I'd like the chair speak for herself. She could look at this differently now, given how well the property has
She
worked.
spoke yesterday about this.
Yes.
Okay, that was your answer, not to speak for me. That was appreciated. Mr. Scroggins, I think, wants to jump in, Mary, to add something to this dialogue, so I'm going to let him go ahead of you.
Please.
Thank you very much. The church is a bit unique in a number of ways. It has 5 acres and 5 very old buildings, several of them historic. We had the long process where you all approved the Mead House and Coffee for Good, which was challenging at the time. By most accounts, it has been a remarkable success. Our ability to do that was dependent upon the level of revenue that 2 for-profit organizations are paying in the Mead House to support the fact that we provide rental space to Breast Cancer Alliance, Student Education Legal Fund, At Home in Greenwich, Greenwich Chamber of Commerce. Heart Care International was with us for 25, 30 years. They left recently because they don't need office space. Mothers for Others. The for-profit tenants' rents are 50% higher than the other nonprofit rents in the Mead House, 25% higher than that is provided by Coffee for Good, which is a substantial tenant, and twice the level that we get for the nonprofits in Steeple Commons. Those are all local charities. Many of them we helped start: Mothers for Others, Heart Care International, At Home in Greenwich. I believe going way back, we helped start the Greenwich Public Library. And I think if Max is on, he would confirm we helped start Greenwich Academy. So this goes back a long, long way. 5 acres, 5 old buildings is not one building on a half acre someplace. In the last 5 or 6 years, we've spent from our own funds and generation repairing all of the other buildings on the campus. This is the final building. And the fact that we were all able to do that met with the town of Greenwich strategic plans. One is maintain iconic buildings, the Mead House. 2 is maintain open space. That big area next to the Mead House, we call it the lawn, is right in the middle of Greenwich. It's used by our tenants for events. We as a church use it. The preschool uses it all the time. And the 3rd is to serve underserved communities. And that's what Coffee for Good is about. We have now trained 30 young adults with disability issues. We have a waiting list, as Deb Rogan told me, 20, but it could be 40 or 60, because the demand for that community to find job opportunities is so high. Sidebar, the challenge is to find companies and businesses that will hire them. So I think we're unique in that, and we have a track record of delivering And all we're asking, it's 1,000 square feet in the back corner that nobody knew existed. Is help us a little bit. And we're very good stewards of our resources and our campus in the efforts to help not only our membership, but the community of Greenwich at large. It's not a big request in our view. That's why we made it.
Thanks, Steve.
Mr. Lowe, do you want to add anything? Ask anything?
No, Mr. Scroggins is very articulate, and I think I appreciate the need, and I appreciate the role that this particular entity has played, not only in service of its parish but its neighbors and its in the history of Greenwich and all the rest of it. But I totally appreciate that. I think it puts us in a bit of a bind, or I feel challenged by it. Not the need that you have. I totally get it. And I would say that, it's issues such as this application brings up issues that may prompt us to rethink our regulations, perhaps. But right now, we're just having to deal with the hand that we've got in front of us.
Mr. Lowe, what more information could we provide to you that would address the concerns that you have?
I don't think you could provide anything, Mr. Hegney. I'm just saying what you've provided and the facts set this up so that it is a challenging task for us, I believe. So I'm but one person, so I'm open to listening and hearing and being swayed by others.
Well, let's see what happens then. Madam Jenkins.
Yes. I guess even before Mr. Scroggins' eloquence, which I found very helpful, I guess I'm not struggling with this, and usually Mr. Lowe and I agree at absolutely 100% on 6109, but in this case, they're not changing the exterior of the existing building. So from a purely visual point of view, nothing is changing. They're not adding to it. They're just filling it with different things, if you will. And it is a very modest building, quite obviously. So from an HO point of view, from the visual thing, I'm not as troubled by that. And Madam Chair, I don't know if this is appropriate. If the concern is that there is an exception for office use for certain locations, they're certainly entitled to rely on it now, but if we think this is going to turn into a larger problem, we can always modify 6109 and eliminate that provision as well. But it doesn't sound to me like it really justifies that. So it seems to me it's a modest change. It's not visible in terms of the architecture on the property. And it seems to me that if the funding is critical to so many things that are happening, it seems to me that we're kind of splitting hairs in terms of who the tenant is, when in fact the building is the building. So I do not share Mr. Lowe. I frequently share Mr. Lowe's opinions, but in this case, I defer.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yeske.
Yes, I hear Mr. Lowe's concern. I've got a couple thoughts. I don't know whether we're allowed to do this. This is where I always get in trouble.
Yeah, normally I mute you or something if you're going to say something illegal.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
But the boxes, I think, gets back to the amount of profit space that they're renting vis-a-vis the property and the not-for-profits. I'm wondering if we could do something to like add a fourth criteria by putting in the condition or something. Got to help me out there. that they can't exceed a certain percentage of profit to not-profits. In other words, we're going to, right now, if I added up, it was, they wanted 1,000 feet, they had 1,000 feet, something like that, 2,000 feet. You add up all of it, cap it at that, so that if we get another case, then at least we have some restrictions on how much of a building. I'm thinking of like that, there's a church down the street that I don't think it's historic yet, but could become. Help me out. Next to the diner, right next to the diner.
Methodist Church.
Right.
Methodist
Somebody
Church.
wants to turn that into an HO, it might qualify, right? And then rent the church out as a restaurant or something like that, you know, whatever. The way to stop that is to limit the amount of for-profit that you can rent out, I would guess. So if we keep it a modest percentage, whatever the percentage that Second Congregational is proposing, and I don't know what that is, somebody can come up with that number. It can't be that large, particularly on that site. Then we can cap something like that. It still doesn't satisfy Peter's total concern that we're not entirely complying to the regulation, but we'd already violated that in the first vote. So I don't know. That's my thought. Some way to cap this thing so it doesn't get away from us on other sites. It could be converted with the notion of just becoming a profit, and we don't want to do that at this point. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, but just to clarify, we didn't violate our regulation on the first vote.
Well, we added for profit, right?
Right.
That's the second vote.
But technically they can do it. We just, at the time, we said, if you're going to go beyond this, we want you to come back. But they're allowed to do it, but it's a special permit. So we are able to say, is this consistent with the surrounding neighborhood?
Okay.
For example. But we didn't break our own regulations. By law, we can't do that.
I stand corrected.
Okay. Mr. Lowe, did you want to answer Mr. Yeski?
Well, answer, I just comment, Ms. Jenkins is talking about whether it's visually okay. I'm not commenting on, my concern has nothing to do with how it looks. It's what it is. And to Mr. Yeski's point, it sounds like what we would be doing if we were to sort of sort out what he might be suggesting, and I'm not trying to diminish anything he said, it sounded like we'd have to sort of condition the regulation in some way. We're not conditioning the application, we'd be conditioning the regulation, and then we should be changing the regulation. Yeah, and I don't know enough about spot zoning to say that we might be guilty of that, but I'm guessing that Madam Chair would come right in and clarify that issue if it is one.
Patrick can do that too. He's our Tracy any day of the week.
Anybody else but me, I'm sure, can do it.
Yeah, just don't do it together traveling, right? We
don't ask Mr. Hegney, that's all. Okay, so some hesitation. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Lowe?
No, that was it. We can hear more, please, from Mr.
Other people?
Scroggins.
Oh, Mr. Scroggins has his hand up. Okay.
Yes. We have 3 tenants. This would be the third for profit. And if you list the other 10 to 12 tenants are all nonprofits. We have no more room to rent. And so as it relates to us, and that's who we're talking about, this could be is an important source of ability to support Greenwich. It's not like we're going to turn into a commercial real estate entity. We're asking for an exception.
But you do have a broker on site, don't you? Don't you have a real estate broker who is renting there?
She's also a board member of the Chamber of Commerce,
but
where she spends a lot of time.
But that doesn't make her a not-for-profit. She's just on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a
Yeah,
not-for-profit
okay,
and I'm on the
yeah.
Planning and Zoning
Yeah,
Commission.
fair
So-
enough.
so you've
I
already-
consider her as part of the Chamber of Commerce because she arranged for the Chamber of Commerce to come in, so I,
Okay, but she's not,
yeah.
she's not the Chamber of Commerce.
And what would happen if one of these not-for-profits shifted to a for-profit enterprise?
they'd
You don't
have to
need
leave.
extra space. Pardon?
Yeah, they'd have, if they shifted to,
We
if they
would have to
became
come
a,
back to this commission.
Yeah.
if we
but
wanted.
on Ms., on your Realtor that you have there,
Yes.
again, you know, I'm not a not-for-profit, even though I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it
Fair-
surprised
fair
me that
point.
you have a Realtor listed there.
I-
And then, you know,
she's-
even though we've limited your for-profit uses,
Right.
and really, it's kind of it surprised me because I thought we were limiting them. Okay, so just saying.
Yeah, that's, yeah, you are correct. I would note that the rent that she pays is way below what the other tenants are paying. because
So,
Part of it is,
so it's wrong from our point of view and maybe
Yeah.
wrong from yours.
yes.
Okay, Mr. Wells.
Yeah, couple thoughts. I think we do have control over the situation. That's why the applicant is in front of us. So I think we should feel okay about our current regulation. I have a great deal of sympathy for this applicant, given their history, given all they've done, given every time I drive down Putnam Avenue, I see that absolutely spectacular building that they have. And if they want to rent out another 1,000 feet to help keep all those buildings up, which they've done, God bless them. So I support this application.
Okay, so actually, it would be better if you guys weren't signaling everybody, Mary, you're not seated, but again, we are not supposed to signal how we would vote on an application, just for reference. You are predetermining, you don't have necessarily all the facts before you yet, and regardless, to say that you support or don't support, I'm just saying.
Fine, I recuse myself then.
No, I'm not asking
No,
you to do
I
that.
mean-
No, I'm just saying, I don't think Mr. Scroggins is going to object. I don't think Mr. Hegney is going to object, but just for the future, don't say how you're going to vote. In this one, Mr. Hegney would never object because you're on his side. But in a future one, if you came out and said, I'm totally against Mr. Hegney, I don't like his glasses, and I'm not voting for anything that he's proposing, we would have a problem. I'm just saying, sorry. Okay, so does anybody have any questions that the applicant can answer at this time? No. All right, I'm going to turn to comment from the public, and I know you have your hand up, Mr. Allen, and for some reason, Patrick, you're going to have to let him into the meeting because I can see his hand is up, but he's not on my screen. Mr. Allen?
Looks like he just accepted the
Okay.
promotion.
All right.
Madam Chair, would you like a clock or anything? Or
I don't think we're going to have very many speakers. So I think, Mr. Allen, if you would kindly limit your comments. We have read both of the emails that you sent in. You know, we had read them. I even mentioned that you had written them, and we talked at length about your problem with the headlights from cars that are parking at the Mead House. We mentioned it yesterday. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm assuming you can hear me. A couple of points. One is my wife, Michelle, and I have been long-term members of Second Congregational Church going back to 1999. We support the church in every possible way, including to help them financially. However, when the initial application for the Mead House came to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we and several neighbors had some concerns about the additional traffic that was going to ensue, and that has materialized, and it's materialized in a worst case scenario in the following ways. One is we sent a photograph to the Planning and Zoning Commission showing what just one car light looks like on our property. Our property is directly across the street from the Mead House. The car lights shine right into our property. And for 12 months in 2023 and 2024, we had listed, we have 4 condos here. We listed 3 of the condos for sale. We could not sell those condos for any price. And the feedback from the potential buyers was the Mead House across the street, the car lights, they shine into our property. So we've been damaged as a result of this commercialization of the Mead House. I want to say we're 100% in favor of helping ableists and helping the church, but this is what has resulted as a function of the last planning and zoning approval of the church's HO application. So that's my first point of 3 points, is that there's been a neglect of neighborhood requests by the church because we've requested a buffer of shrubs, maybe 4 feet high, to block the car lights from the Mead House into our property. But that's not, it's either been turned down by one person or it's been ignored.
If I may answer that now, because we checked into it yesterday, Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong. It was actually us that when we approved the HO, we wanted the Mead House visible as it always had been from the street because it was being preserved, the history. Mr. McRae looked at your buffer planting on your side. And Nick, why don't you go ahead?
Yes, Mr. Allen, how old are the new arborvitaes that you planted behind the fence on top of the wall in front of your building?
Maybe 3 years.
Oh, okay. And you put them in as an aesthetic landscape issue or as a screen for the headlights or the street?
I believe both reasons.
Okay. So in a sense, actually, because you have a 4-unit condominium, you would require to have some screening as well anyway for the project. I think that your issues of car lights will be actually best suited and solved by when these arborvitae grow in, and they'll grow in fast. You can probably see the sense of actually how big the arborvitaes that you already have on either side of this small section, how tall they are and how fast they got that way. And I would think actually, I'm looking at pictures of, I guess it would be a late winter afternoon. One of the questions I would have for the church is, what are the hours of operation of Coffee for Good and the rest of the facility, the Mead House facility? So we can understand of actually how they're using it, when they're using it, so we can, hopefully stem some of these light trespass until these arborvitae that you've planned to grow in.
And how would you do that?
I think actually, yeah, if, what time is Coffee for Good open?
And they close at 5.
Okay, so we've got an hour at night in the dead of winter. I would say maybe 90 minutes.
Half an hour, yeah.
Right, but actually, are we people at Coffee for Good, patrons at Coffee for Good at 5 o'clock at night? So I think we're trying to kind of solve a problem that actually may solve itself over time.
Okay, I go to Coffee for Good. The kids, the people who work there, they start getting nervous about closing time about 15, 20 minutes beforehand. And they come out and they remind you that you need to leave. It would be very hard to get served at 15 or 20 of, because they come out and they say, we have to close soon. So yeah, I would think it would be a short window. So what do you think? Oh, you would limit the hour? I mean, they can just tell people to park on the other side to minimize. what we could do is talk to them. Staff could talk to them and just ask them, or Mr. Scroggins could talk to them and ask them to make sure that staff is parking behind the building, because it's probably staff that's there late doing cleanup. And so staff needs to park behind the building so that it's not intruding on the condos across the street. That is probably who is leaving at that past dark on a winter night, because they have to, close out.
And I would say the 7 or 8 parking spaces to the north of Mead House there actually would be great. And at the 4 spaces in the back as well.
Yeah.
That would be best for employee
So-
parking. That way it's just patrons who are not there late anyway.
So that we could address it with that. Dennis, did you have your hand up?
I did, but you just nailed it. And we did talk about this parking in the front. Are the lights the parking in the front or the exit, or both?
It's both. It's the parking along the front. I mean, the picture that Mr. Allen sent in, it's all the cars are
Yeah.
parked along the front, and they could, you can go in or out either one of the driveways.
I thought there was an entrance and an exit, but no, we've had.
I've never noticed an arrow on those driveways.
I thought there was the entrance is the one further south and the exit is the further north.
Okay, I've never, that's what I do, but I had never seen an arrow there.
Okay. But no, this front parking, we kidded about it. When we went over this, we said we'd rather not have cars parked there.
Right.
Because it obscures the view of the building.
Right.
So yeah,
we wanted people to park in
solution-
the back, but my guess is if it's close to dark, go ahead, Mr. Yeski. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think the solution is we've got to ask them to park in the back, because one, it takes from the building. You can't see the building. And
Right.
2, we now have this light problem. And 3, hopefully the Arvite will make up for that in the long run, but not so long, in the next year or so. But I think you nailed it. I think we have to ask them to get not only the staff, but people, the customers, to park in the back. Because if they come out at that time, the lights are gonna come on. The lights come on when it gets dark sometimes.
Greenwich customers are kind of a difficult proposition if you want to make them walk an extra 15 feet.
Oh my God, tell me about it. Yeah. Well, I said yesterday, I'm not gonna tell anybody, but if the whole commission tells them, that carries
Uh-huh.
gravitas.
Okay, anything else? Nick, were you done?
Pretty much.
Mr. Allen, actually, it was his floor. So you had the comment about the lights and about you've listed the units and you haven't been able to sell them because people see the traffic and the lights. And you're concerned about the traffic as well.
Well, I would just add that the Mead House is up on a hill relative to our property. So although I like Mr. Macri's ideas, I just would point out that the car lights point down on our property. And in my opinion, if there were shrubs 4 feet high in that front parking lot of the Mead House would still be plenty visible from Maple Avenue, but it would also block the car lights that inevitably are going to park there.
Yeah, Nick,
Ms. Kolakowski, can you bring up Mr. Allen's email from the 18th?
you want to see the picture, right?
Mhm.
And then we kind of need to move on, guys. We got a lot of stuff still ahead of us. That is,
Yeah, so there's the
there we go.
residence for 43 Maple
yeah.
and how the lights shining between the arborvitae and the lower one.
Yeah, so as the arborvitae fills, they're trimming those arborvitae. They don't look that neat. So if you let them get fat, just let them get wider. They're trimming them. See how manicured they look? They just need to be get wider.
Right. Should have been staggered left and right,
Right.
and then just let them go.
And then let them get wide.
Yep. Let them get shaggy.
And then you would be fine. If you let them get shaggy, they'll be fine. Okay, Thanks, Tracy. You can take it back down. All right, Mr. McRae, you still have your hand up?
Oh, sorry about that. We're all good. Thanks.
Okay, is there anything else, Mr. Allen?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application at Second Congregational? Please raise your hand. Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, that's it from the public. Okay, so are there any issues you haven't had addressed, folks? Are you ready? All right.
Yeah, we move on.
Okay, so, well, we can move on, but the question is, if we have no open issues, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Okay, hearing no objections, this application is hereby closed. Thank you very much, Mr. Scroggins. I have to keep Mr. Hagney. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I hope you felt duly insulted by that. And I have to keep Mr. Hagney. Okie dokie. So
I took it
now
as
we
a
go.
compliment, Madam Chair.
Now we go to the Mercedes. So West Putnam Realty for a final site plan and special permit to install garage doors on the existing automotive drop-off area service building, which would increase the total floor area by 2,619.8 square feet. The result of which would exceed, it's further exceed, right?
Yes.
The 40,000 cubic feet in building volume in a business zone on a 60,609 square foot property located in the GB zone at 261 West Putt. And with that, Mr. Hagney.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. This, obviously, you all know where this is. This is the Mercedes store on the north side of West Putnam Avenue. We had a application for a floor area variance granted by the Board of Appeals back in May. And that was because the space, although covered and with a wall, 2 walls, does not count as part of floor area until you put the garage doors on. And so that increased both the volume, which brings us to you, and the floor area, which brought us to the Board of Appeals. Board of Appeals granted our floor area variance, something they're not doing very often these days, even when I think it's more warranted. But they did, mainly because it's there already. The garage doors are set farther back from the street. There's an 18-foot overhang before you get to where the doors are. Would be on the front and the rear of the building. And we also have included an air handling unit on the roof with a surround, which is in the center of the drop-off area, so it's not impacting any sight lines. The drop-off area for Porsche next door, that was granted, it's either 2 or 3 years ago. We needed a variance there also, and got site plan approval and special permit from you as well. And of course, more than a number of years ago now, we presented to you the Audi repair facility just down the block, which has also a same kind of doors. These Rytec doors, they're see-through, and they go up and down fast, so you're not losing either heat or cool within the space. And Audi has it too. This is an amenity that customers are asking for, and that all of the automotive dealers are looking to provide. And that's the short of what we're looking to accomplish here. The Architectural Review Committee, when we went to them, asked if we could provide some landscaping along the front of the bill, or along the post road, and we did get a plan prepared by our architects that we forwarded to staff today that shows a large tree on the southeast corner of the property. It's a red maple, which we believe will add to the green space along the post road.
No, because you're where the power lines are.
What we're showing it on what we forwarded to staff is a plan that has it farther back. There's an issue with it right near the post road, not just the fact that there is the power lines, but also that there are drainage structures there and a natural gas junction there as well.
Patrick has probably not had an opportunity to look. You know, we had trees there. We don't know who took them out. What I'd like to do is if we move this forward, we leave it for staff to work that out with the applicant of what gets planted in that spot and how many get planted, because it seems like you might be amenable to more than one.
That would be acceptable, Madam Chair.
And we just let, because Patrick is the czar of the, unless you've got the background, Patrick?
I happen to do, yeah, we did go back and look through our edits on the greenscape plan. The state, when there are no obstacles, has a unsubstantiated but required criteria that they need a 14-foot clear zone from the curb line of the roadway. And this frontage here, because it's so exposed, did not provide that, and we weren't able to plant trees based on that criteria. So there's
On which criteria? I missed that.
it's a 14-foot
Yeah, the clearance.
clear area
Yeah, yeah.
of obstruction. So where we were able to plant in other locations, there was adequate distance or other implements like a guardrail that would make it possible. This was not one of those locations, and therefore
So,
that's why.
But if they moved it to their property, we might be able to get, and then my question is, are we better off with one single large deciduous red maple or 3 of the little decorative things?
That's fine. We have about
So I
5.
leave that,
Yeah.
leave that, I say you, but I kind of mean Jackie.
I also mean Jackie, so that's good.
So we would leave it to you. Is that it, Patrick?
That was it. No, I did not share it over email because I got it late in the day, but that was
Yeah,
the,
I can't believe you even got it done. I was assuming you would never have time today. Mr. McRae?
I think actually the best bet for those trees is front yard.
Right.
I know I saw the proposal for the red maple in the corner there.
Yeah.
Again, it's in a location that you may miss the underground drainage structures,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a huge gas meter right there buried in signs, so on and so forth, all kinds of crazy stuff that's happening there.
Yeah.
The greenscape plan as approved actually had 3 ornamental trees
Right.
on the sidewalk,
Right.
the median. So same, if it's actually now in
So
board
we-
of that outside
Yeah.
the obstruction zone for the state of Connecticut,
Right.
that might be the better bet. And we're actually
Yeah.
now following our own approved greenscape plan for the post road.
Okay. So there we go. And Mr. Hegney nodded. So I am taking that for the record as the applicant is amenable to this being handled administratively by staff, the tree planting being handled administratively. Right.
Just for the record, Madam Chair, yes, we do agree with that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Hegney, you said there was an air conditioning unit on top of the delivery portico?
Yes.
Or is it on the roof?
No, it's on the roof of the
Drive-through.
drive-through. Yeah.
Ooh, completely missed that, not on the drawings. Oh, well.
And you will miss it when you drive by on the post road too, because it will not be visible. It's set very far back from the road, and has a screen around it anyway.
Okay. Anybody else? Any comments from the public? Anybody listening to the meeting have a comment on this application at 261 West Putnam Avenue? This is Mercedes-Benz. They're going to enclose their drop-off area, which we actually told them they were going to have to do when they first proposed it anyway, but probably wouldn't have liked it at the time, so.
Got to keep up with the neighbors.
So I think one of the okay, so any other setbacks? So yeah, nothing changes. What does it do to the gross floor area? All right. When they further exceed the gross floor area, it does not require a variance. I had missed that from 6129. Okay. All right. No comments. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? All righty. Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Do we also have you for the next one?
No, I'm done for the evening, except
All right.
listen to your
Thank you
comments.
very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Who's our next application?
I'm looking, Madam Chair, for Bayberry, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't totally understand that. There's a hand up and I can't see it. Keeps happening to me. You got them on the way in, right?
No, I don't know. Is Mr. Schwartz the agent on this?
I can see there's a hand up, but it's not, I'm not seeing whose hand it is. Does that make sense?
It does when you say it, but I obviously can't see what you're seeing, so.
Oh, now I got it. I have to, it's used to, you know how it normally moves people to the top of the list? Zoom has decided not to do that. I let him in. I think he's the guy. I saw his name somewhere earlier tonight.
Yeah, well, not on the form, unfortunately, but okay.
Oh, he's not on the form? So then how is he allowed to represent the applicant?
But that's what that's my question is he actually representing this?
Okay. That was a good catch. Who caught that? I had missed that. I used to check it in the old days. Okay, Mr. Schwartz, if you would unmute. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you for unmuting. Mr. Schwartz, the first question we have for you is,
Yes.
Yours is not the name. Go ahead, Patrick. It's your question.
Yeah, are you related to this project and how is my question?
We are the architect and builder.
Are you on the drawing somewhere? Is that
I'm with Arnold. I represent Arnold Weil and Associates.
And it does say Arnold Weil and Associates on the form. I just looked.
I read that as a person's name and not as an entity. There you go.
Got it. Okay, we're good. All right, so away we go. Our next application is Keith and Laura Rosenblum for a final site plan and special permit to construct a second floor addition over an existing first floor of a single family dwelling exceeding 150,000 cubic feet in volume on a 4.0002 acre property located 11 Bayberry Lane.
Okay, it's a fairly simple project, putting a second floor above an existing. We don't have any excavation work to do. There's no new impervious surface, no increase to impervious surface, and no increase to stormwater, any existing stormwater. So we would be using the same stormwater system that's there, just hooking directly into that where the old leaders hooked into. That's about it. It's a fairly straightforward project.
And you'll need to confirm the FAR because you're starting to nudge up against the top.
We're very close to the the FAR.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
and
you'll
we
need
did
to
we did it.
confirm it.
I did that, and I submitted all the
Okay, you've
the
submitted all the-
drawings and
all-
everything.
Okay, I
We
didn't
did that.
see
We
that.
did the whole thing. Yes.
Okay. All right. Does anybody from the commission have any questions on this application?
I didn't see the drainage exemption form. I saw something filled out, but I didn't see the actual form sealed by a civil engineer. I don't know if anybody saw it or am I missing it
How large
completely?
is if it's under 500 and it's a categorical exemption, it could be the property owner or the agent.
They are adding 500 there. It's going from 9410 to 9093, 9993.
About 450 square feet.
So,
Yeah, so the owner's cert is sufficient for that.
okay. All right.
Not doing any structural remediation there or the categorical exemptions.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have any questions at this time. EMAC has comments noting it isn't clear whether the addition would reduce the existing energy loads with the proposed energy efficient improvements. But anyway, Arn, do you have anything on that?
Just that they're proposing a electric heat pump, which, you know, is positive. So I was okay with this.
Okay.
We currently have an open permit there where we did a similar second floor addition over the garage. And this space is adjoining to that new space. And that new space also has an electric heat pump. And in combination with the space that we're just finishing up and the new space that we're proposing, the whole system will work as one to alleviate some of the electric, to alleviate some of the HVAC load on the existing first floor.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have questions? No other questions from the commission. Does anybody from the public have any comments on this application at 11 Bayberry Lane? 11 Bayberry Lane, an addition onto the second floor. Any comments? Please raise your virtual hand. All right, seeing no raised hands, does anyone object to closing this application at this time?
No.
This application is hereby closed. And with that, good night, Mr. Basili.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye.
See you next time.
See you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, we now have 3 discussion items left. The first one is Fuse Med Spa and Wellness at 23 Maple Avenue.
I believe that is Mr. Romeo, Andrew Romeo.
You're getting him in, right?
It looks like he's accepted.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me on. Can you hear me?
Okay, hello, Mr. Romeo. Yes, please
Yes,
go
I
ahead.
am here. Well, yeah.
I'm going to
So
just read this out loud so everybody's reminded. Fuse Med Spa and Wellness application it's a pre-application review for a proposed change of use from an oral surgeon's office to a boutique appointment-only med spa on an 18,731 square foot parcel located at 23 Maple Avenue in the R20. So this is residential. Thank you, sir. Okay, now go ahead.
yeah. So thank you for having me on. Yes. We have a current med spa in Avon, Connecticut. We're looking to open a second location. We are very small. We will have 1 to 2 to potentially 3 providers. There's 3 treatment rooms there. We found this space because it was listed as a commercial space, previously being an oral surgeon's office. We don't intend to make any structural changes. We think we'll probably have 0 effect on traffic. There's ample parking for us. We just wanted to make sure that we can operate in this space. I know it was grandfathered in. The owner of 23 Maple also owns 11 Maple, and they share parking between the two. I believe there's already a pre-existing easement between the two buildings.
Questions from the commission? All right, Mr. McRae.
Okay, looking at this, I think actually a list of things that we should be looking for when we're reviewing this. It's my understanding, Mr. Romeo, that it's suite number 2 in the building.
Correct.
Okay, and this is access from an outside door. This is the one that actually has the bay window kind of thing in it, the turret?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Correct.
So I think what we're looking for is specifically the services that are rendered in this space.
Okay.
How many clients per day? The hours of operation. Understanding what will require what licenses from the state of Connecticut. The number of existing parking spaces, I guess this is, as you just said, for both sides. And a parking analysis of all parking uses in both buildings because you're sharing the parking.
Yes.
Okay, and you said how many exam rooms are there?
There is 3.
Okay. And a updated survey showing the available parking, the existing parking as it is today.
Okay.
So, Nick, are you going to expand on the questions you're asking, like why you're asking them?
Well, I think we should know what's going on inside services.
Right.
How many clients per day, because that's basically going to generate traffic. Clients actually, and how many professionals or staff? Could add that to it. Hours, so we know, is this conflicting with something else? And how would we actually accept or look at peak times for the site in terms of traffic? The licenses, because it's a med spa, but to me, that could be 10,000 different things. Is there a doctor on staff, nurse on staff, so on and so forth, yada, yada. The existing parking, I don't believe we have a very clear survey of the site. We have a couple of them, but they're very old and fuzzy at best. And I would like to know exactly what the parking situation is out there. If you're sharing parking on both sides, because here I am, I'm showing up and I'm like, okay, I drive into the parking lot because I'm going to the med spa. Is there a connection to the other parking lot? How do I get from one side to the other? So looking at both of them at the same time on a map. And a parking analysis of all the uses in the building. So the med spa has so many people, it has so many parking spaces. What are the rest of the uses in both buildings? So we know what the total parking demand for the two sites are.
So basically, Mr. Romeo, the thing is that when we consider this, we have to find that what you're proposing has no more impact on the residential neighborhood than what is there now. What? You can't hear me?
No, I can. I'm good.
No, but
You were
Patrick-
fading a little bit. That's all.
Okay.
Oh,
So Patrick waves at me when I'm doing something wrong and I have to guess why he's waving. Okay. So what is negative for the neighborhood is how many cars come in and out during the day, how much traffic there is, how busy it is, are people backing out onto Maple, all that kind of stuff. How many delivery vehicles will come, all those kinds of things. We're not going to ask you to count delivery vehicles that the surgeon's office had, but what Nick is asking you is what's going to go on in there? What kind of an appointment schedule are you going to have? And what's the impact on how is it going to be more cars and more traffic, or is it going to be less or the same? That's what we're looking to know. That's the big thing we're looking to find out, because this is a non-conforming use, as we call it, the surgeon's office. So, and then the other thing is when you explain it to us, so the one oral surgeon is staying, you're only going into the one suite. It's a big suite.
Yes, correct.
Right. So you're going into the one suite, the other guy's staying. One of the things is, how do the drop-off times work with versus what the surgeons are doing? Because with surgeons, I've only taken a couple of friends to the surgeon thing, but you know, you go in, you leave your friend there, a few hours later, you go back. Right? Because they're sort of stoned when they get out, or maybe your clients will be too. No THC. So the question is, how does it all impact? Okay,
Gotcha.
that's the basic guidance we got for you. Anybody else?
Okay.
Nope. Okie doke. So we'll see you when you come
Great.
back. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right, so our next discussion item is, all right, I couldn't move him either. See, he froze.
Did freeze, yeah.
I'm
So we
gonna did Zoom update today?
I had an update before I got on, so
Okay.
and I
All
was
right,
laughing.
I
how
may
much-
be on the old version, and that may be why I've been having so much trouble today, because
Well,
it is.
I'm seeing the same thing, so I'm it's like less likely your issue. And
Oh, okay. Oh,
we'll go from Romeo to Romano on this one.
all right. Okay, so our next application is 169 WPA to do the dry cleaning conversion to catering. Does it feel like we've been here for like 4 days, or am I just tired tonight?
You're just tired.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it feels like we've been here at this meeting for, you know, a really long time. All right. Okay. So 169 WPA for a pre-app review for a proposed change from dry cleaning to catering facilities, utilizing 29 parking spaces on an adjacent common ownership property located at 177 West Putnam, as well as, this is badly written, but 25% valet tandem parking on a 0.229 acre parcel at 169 West Putnam. All right. Hello, Mr. Romano.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. I will be brief. I respect you guys. I've been on this hearing for 5 hours.
Oh, no, that's not a big deal for us. It just seems, it feels later, but 5 hours,
I
whatever.
commend you.
No, you get used to it.
So I'm Pete Romano. I'm principal
Yep,
at
we know.
in Westport, representing Alex Gurbich, who is 169 West Putnam Avenue LLC. We got involved in this late into the process. He had already started doing some, as Patrick knows, he already started doing something to the building. And I really encouraged him to come in front of your commission because there's so many loose ends on this thing. Patrick was
And he was already doing it without realizing that he's like wildly out of kilter with the regs.
I didn't say that, you said that, but yes,
Okay.
so we encouraged him to, and then I went and saw Patrick, then he went and saw Patrick, so it's it's almost like the tail wagging the dog here. So just a brief little recap, he owns these two buildings, 169, do I have the ability to share? I can
If
show
you're
you.
very nice to Patrick.
What?
Pete, give me 1 second. I just got to turn it on for you. Hold on.
Okay.
Should be good now.
Okay. Perfect. I have just a little PowerPoint so you guys. So here's the site, and I was on the briefing yesterday, so I do have some things just to clarify for you. But you can see the site. He owns 169 and 177. 177 is an office building with about 29 parking spaces, and the former dry cleaners, it's probably got 6 or 7 parking spaces right now. And so he's originally proposed to put a restaurant in here, and we couldn't get the parking to work for him at all. And so he went down this path where he wanted to try to see if we could do a catering facility, no food prep. And so we went down this path to try to utilize 177's 29 parking spaces, and the spaces that he had on the, on 169, and we came up that he can get about 38 parking spaces. If we took advantage of valet and tandem parking, then you get yourself up to like 51 spaces. And in the midst of all of this, as I'm saying it, I'm thinking it's convoluted. In the midst of all this, and recognize that even that was going to be a challenge, he went and saw Patrick, and they discussed potential for maybe putting an art gallery here, which is permitted in this zone, but don't really have a defined, square foot per person for a gallery. The whole building is, like almost 4,000 square feet between the basement, the garage in the back that he wants to turn into space, usable space, and then obviously the first floor. So, and I heard you had some good comments yesterday. I just want to show you a couple things we prepared. You asked, does the space connect? Somebody was concerned, I think it might have been Patrick, concerned that people had to go out on the post road, come back in and go into 177. This shows that the backyard is connected. So you could theoretically go down this driveway, take a left, and be in the parking lot of 177. Will people sometimes go out on the road and go back into 170? Potentially, but it does allow you to go down this driveway between the two properties and get to 177 without entering the road, the Route 1. So that's one thing. The other thing that I heard people ask about was the issue about utilizing the front area that's actually DOT. I highlighted the property lines because the property line is right up against the buildings here. And so, interestingly, had a similar situation in Westport, not too dissimilar to this. For years and years and years, people were parking in that front area, which is actually DOT's right of way. And in that instance, and I think they do this in many instances along some of the Route 1s through Fairfield County have this situation. The DOT actually allows you to lease that land from them. You go through a process, you submit your
We know that, sir.
surveys.
We are
Say that
aware
again?
of that.
Say it
We're
again?
aware that the DOT will lease.
Yep.
If you haven't started that process and you're planning on using it,
Yep.
are you turning up my volume, Patrick?
I'm not, I am not at that power. Sorry.
Wow, my volume button just came on by itself. Go figure.
I didn't know. I moved mine up because I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me try that again. Maybe my battery's going. Okay, so Mr. Romano, let's go back to the beginning. Yeah, you can do something with DOT. That's fine and dandy. It takes forever and it's difficult. Okay, we know that. We know the 35 River Road did it for their parking lot behind the medical building. We tried to get someone else to go to DOT because they really needed the parking and they had a terrible time. So you figure that out.
Yeah,
The
we
bigger
did.
problem, before you go any further and we start
agree.
doing parking and all of that, let's just talk about something very straightforward. We counted your seats yesterday. You
Right.
are asking to convert to catering. Catering is a retail use and you are limited to 12 seats. So right now your application is incorrect. Full stop. What you're applying for is not what you're doing.
I know that. And the conversation.
Okay, so let's start there. So
Right.
figure out what you're doing. And then we can talk about what the parking is. But right now, you're asking us for, what did we get yesterday? 50 plus 17, was it?
60,
Nick?
67 seats in
67.
total, according to the plan.
17 at the bar and 50 at, there's 48 at the four tops and there's two
Right.
top on the side. Okay. And then you have the 17 at the bar and you're
Right.
asking catering facility. So first of all, you have to go away and come back with a
Right.
new pre-app for what you're really doing the use for, because this isn't it. Your catering facility can only be 12 seats and you're not asking to be a catering facility. You want to be an art gallery, come back with that. You want to be a restaurant, come back with that. But right now, we're talking about parking something non-existent. Now, yes, yesterday we said, wow, that's really weird. How do you get from one parking lot to the other? And are they really going to do tandem parking in a restaurant in Greenwich? And well, I think anywhere in the Northeast, I don't know what other places are like, but it's hard to inconvenience people. Tandem parking is a tough one. So
Yeah.
what I would do is just say, rather than you explain to us how the logistics would work on this, is come back with what it's really going to be.
I got you. No.
Okay.
So just
And-
in my defense. Just
Oh,
real
no,
quick.
we're not picking on you. I'm just
There you
telling
are.
you, hey,
No, no,
the
I'm-
black and
I'm-
white is you're not applying for what you're applying for.
Yes, I know.
But
This-
we're not picking on you. You came
No,
in,
you're
you
not.
already said it. You came in late to the process and this
Right.
was already half cooked. They had started remodeling. To be truthful with you, the commission haunts the internet. And we had already seen your client was advertising.
I know.
And in fact, I had already sent, I think before you were on it, one of us at least had already sent to Patrick and said, what is this new restaurant? So we were already seeing that it was this beautiful space, etc. Patrick, he just went off screen because I made him laugh, right? So I would say, don't spend the time on it tonight.
Gotcha.
I would say you heard us. If you're going to go to restaurant, you just need to explain to us how you're going to migrate people from one parking lot to the other. My take is you may have too many seats in there right now, especially with the bar, because bar scenes get crazy and the layout is going to be super tough the way your client has it laid out, because the bar will spread in to the main dining.
Right. Yep.
And people mind that, but that's your client's decision. So
Right.
I would say just come back. You know what our question was. I think it was Ann Knoll who raised it. She kept saying, I can't figure out how you would get from one lot to the other. Tandem parking. What is your real use? And just figure those things out. Patrick, is there any way he can not come back again for a pre-app, or does he still have to come back for a pre-app?
Well, I mean, you've given the sentiment if he's going forward with the catering idea, besides the plans not being exactly what that concept would look like. But again, if that's not the choice and
right,
you need a new special permit, we would do a new one.
And there was also in the online ad, and I could be misremembering, Mr. Romano, but there was also another level of dining. I remember seeing a second level. So it wasn't just the 67 seats. There was like another, I don't know, 40 seats. It was over 100. I think it was like 129.
I'm embarrassed to be in front of you guys, but I got out of what I wanted from you all this evening was
Good.
like, pick at this, because this has changed.
Right.
The plan went in for the catering, and then he went and spoke and came back to us about having an art gallery and stuff. But what I really wanted, exactly what you just said, was figure out the parking. I wanted to show you could get from one property to the other. And we have started the pursuit of the lease in the front. So I would be happy to come back with it really vetted out for the real use that he wants to have. And I would just add this at the end. Tandem parking only works if you do have
valet.
Parking valet. Yeah, no,
And
they
you've
don't
only
want
got
people to
valet
just pack.
for 25%. And how does that work? Because I can't imagine doing tandem, and when people have been out eating and
They
drinking.
do it. No, well, the valet does it. They do it.
The valet, but if you don't do it with a valet, Patrick, you want to add
It
something?
doesn't work. Yeah, no, it
Yeah.
doesn't work if you don't have the valet. I mean, you guys probably, some of you have been to Polpo, right? They pack the entire back parking
Yeah,
lot.
we know that. There's lots of places in town that do that.
Yeah.
Polpo's an old, sad story that we
Sure.
don't even want to hear anymore. Patrick.
I do want to just let the commission be aware that there is a administrative application to go the art gallery route. So that application, because it's a simple change of use, is in our office, but obviously the restaurant would need a special permit, and that's why it's here before you as the.
And I remind you, Patrick, that if I might humbly ask, although I'm usually wanting to leave things to you, that we recently approve an art gallery that took a different interpretation of what we meant by art gallery. I would I would almost, even if it's only an art gallery and it's technically an admin review, I would elevate it to the commission if you have any question. Because we have had so many problems with the one that we recently approved.
Yeah.
You
As-
recently.
As the
we-
theme of the night, you are not too far from my thought process. So
Just raise your hand and I'll say the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
All
you for
right.
being my mouthpiece. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
well,
Mr. Romano, just come
yeah,
back. If Patrick
I
says
will.
you don't have to come back, that's good, but my guess he's
Perfect.
gonna send you back to us. Can someone take
fine.
down? Okay, so
I appreciate
we'll
that.
go walk the
Okay.
site. You can trust us that we'll walk the site and we'll figure out if you can get from 169 to 177.
Not,
at least-
yeah, not after a couple drinks, but you know.
Okay,
you can
well,
definitely go over it.
again, Mr. Romano, your people are gonna have 17 bar seats, so you make sure they can do it when they've been drinking.
Got you. I got
All
you.
right.
All right. Thank you
Okay.
all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Okay, our next application. He froze again and people freeze. I don't want to go to a meeting where I freeze. I'm just throwing people out of the room. So like they can't stay. Who's got Crossroad, Upper Cross?
Mr. Brower.
Oh, poor Eric. There he is.
It's not personal. It's just the way that the numbers,
Yeah, I know.
he was the last application on the agenda.
All right. Hello, Mr. Brower.
Good evening.
Kajay Connecticut LLC or Kajay CT LLC for pre-app review. This is for an accessory structure exceeding 1,200 square feet on a 5.35 acre parcel at 15 to 17 Upper Cross Road in the RA4. We spent a lot of time talking about this yesterday.
Yes, I listened in. Yeah.
I think that where we came out is that there were no regulatory concerns. Is that we could give you any guidance on? Did anybody have an issue remaining after we discussed it? I can't whistle the Jeopardy tune.
I won't try.
Okay. Does anybody have any feedback for the application on 15 to 17 Upper Cross? No. Okay, I think you're good. From what we could, public, you want me to do public? I forgot on the last one.
I think we forgot the last one too. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on Upper Cross Road? Yeah, but Mr. Romano, I mean, what more were we gonna say to him? We don't like your application, go away. Anybody from the public wish to speak on Upper Cross Road to add an accessory structure? Please raise your virtual hand. No. So I think you're good, Mr. Brower. It seemed to us like you were within the regulations and that you could just come back.
Okay.
Sorry, we kept you here till 9 o'clock.
No, we
Best
learned a lot.
5 hours of your life.
Always in education.
Always in education. Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Terrible to
night.
have to sit at a meeting all that time and just to have somebody go, oh, we didn't have anything to say to you.
Tell us about it.
All right. Okay. I hereby move approval of the June 3rd, 2025 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. All in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
I hereby move approval of the June 17, 2025 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. With that, I got snoring creatures in here. Okay, Arn, no snoring.
How do they know
Okay.
what we're saying? These dogs, yeah.
All right. Do you guys want to start? Which way do you want to start, Nick?
Where did we leave off? We did
We
museum.
got to do the public hearing. So you got to start with the public hearing. So you could start with the Coscup School, or you could go backwards and
We
start
did
with,
Sound Beach already, and we did Coscup School.
No.
Let's start right there.
okay.
Ready? 350 East Putnam Avenue, Coscup School, PLPZ 2025-246, final coastal site plan special permit. Applicant is seeking to install a 180 square foot storage shed where all structures on the property will be in total of excess of 150,000 cubic feet in volume on a 6.57 acre parcel loaded in the R7 and COZ zones. Whereas the shed is being proposed to store physical education equipment. And at the 4/7/25 briefing, the planning and zoning stated that the proposed shed did not require ARC review or drainage reports. The commission finds that zoning issue comments on 7/16 indicating 7/16/25 indicating no issues. Health Department issued comments dated 3/20/25 indicating approval of the B100 plan. Oh, actually, excuse me, that was a typo. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 6/13/25 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the following with the following comments. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall have the gift of the shed approved by the RTM, and the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ow, sorry, I just kicked something.
Second.
Second, Mr. Lowe has seconded. Nick, I'm sorry, did you say that they have to go to the RTM?
Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall have the gift of the shed approved by the RTM.
If it is necessary, if so necessary, is a modification. Because the moderator said yes, but other people weren't sure, like, and no. And she's, and then the late, Ms. Rockwell thought that they had a special exception, so let's
Nick,
just do
Nick,
that.
did you say shall have the approval?
Yes.
Well, that
Yes.
means they have the approval.
No, prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall have the gift
I got
of the
you.
shed.
I didn't hear that preamble. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're just a little burned out. Okay, so we
I'll
have a
talk
second.
slower.
No, talk faster.
Mr. Yeski,
Talk
how do you
faster.
vote?
Aye.
Mr.
Much
Yeski, how do you
faster.
vote? Aye, Mr. Yeski is aye. Mr. Wells,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Low. Okay,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to 530 Old Post.
530 Old Post Road, PLPZ 2025-190 for final site plan special permit. Applicant is seeking approval for adaptive reuse of an existing office building on a 20,000 square foot property in the GBO zone. Whereas the building will be adapted from general office use to a 10-unit residential building, including one below market rate unit under section 6110 of the BZR. As required, the property came before the commission as a pre-application at the 3/11/25 public hearing. Parking will decrease from 37 spaces to 13 spaces. The incentive under section 6110E3 requires 11.5 parking spaces, 1.25 spaces for bedroom units, 1 bedroom unit, 2 bedroom units, and 1 space for 1 bedroom units. The proposed parking includes 12 regular spaces and 1 accessible space for a total of 13. Commission finds that ARC issued minutes dated 7/9/25 indicating we're moving forward to P&Z with comments. Conservation issued comments dated 6/11/25 indicating recommendations to the application. Sewer Division issued comments dated 6/11/25 requesting applicants submit a signed letter of acknowledging receipt of their P&Z comments. Zoning issued comments on 7/16/25 indicating no issues. Greenwich Fire Department issued comments dated 3/31/25 indicating no issues. EMAC issued comments dated 5/25 indicating a good review. DPW Drainage, the applicant submitted a drainage exemption dated 4/14/25. And the housing specialist issued comments dated 6/9/25 requesting revisions to the affordability plan and a declaration of restrictions. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 3/3/25 indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve site plan noting the following. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall provide the final draft of the affordability plan for planning and zoning staff and town attorney review. Per Sewer Division comment, the applicant has submitted a letter acknowledging sewer comments dated 7/22/25. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall return to ARC to address the following. Refining details of both the sunscreen, privacy screen for the residents with the proposed window sizes and replacement. Clearly document the elevator override, mechanical roof enclosure screening with plan sections and elevations and renderings. Articulate the proposed entry surround plan and section elevation and material. Non-material sample shall be provided to P&Z staff for ARC review. Confirmation of the plans that meet the landscape regulations for tree replacement for any removed trees. And ensure tree protection is implemented to prevent unplanned tree damage or loss due to construction. And the applicant is to submit a tree protection plan with revised construction documents. An enclosed rubbish area shall be provided with screen from public view per section 6192 of the BZR. The
One
applicant
bike
shall
rack.
install one bicycle rack per section 6155 of the BZR, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Did we get everything? Because that was a long discussion.
That's what I got.
Yep. Okay. Any
I got nothing
seconds?
else.
Tracy?
Sorry, my knee just locked up on me.
Yeah, but don't raise your
want
hand for that.
Staff and law to look at the declaration of restrictions as well, not just the affordability plan.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we gallop our way to the Brunswick School, on which we will have to help Mr. McBride, because we promised him we would put many conditions on it to make him happy.
No, he said to condition the bejesus or something out of it or something
Yes.
like that.
All right.
Just
Okay.
remember, Ozzy Osbourne's dead. There's probably a great party in hell at the moment. So 100 Cliffdale Road, PLPZ 2025-259, final site plan special permit applicant seeking approval to construct a partially enclosed recreational practice facility requiring reconfiguring existing parking, providing a turnaround with drop-off area, landscape screening, and drainage infrastructure on 2 parcels totaling 43.45 acres located in the RA4 zone. Required the property came before the commission as a pre-application. I have 2 different dates. Maybe staff can fill in the correct one.
No, it's both.
Okay, fill both. Then great both. Required green area is to be reduced from 83.4% to 78.7%. The minimum required is 84%.
The commission does
per
not,
s-
yeah.
Per section 6205, note 7D, they may waive the green space requirements. The property area is to be consolidated. The commission finds that ARC issued minutes dated 7/9/25, indicating moving forward to Planning and Zoning Commission with comments. Conservation issued comments dated 7/17/25, indicating recommendations to the plan. Health Department's issued comments dated 7/10/25, indicating no approval at this time. Zoning issued comments 7/16/25, indicating guidance for an open area and FAR calculations. Greenwich Fire Department issued comments dated 7/18/25, indicating no issues. EMAC issued comments dated 5/25/25, indicating a good review. DPW drainage issued comments 7/17/25, indicating resubmittal prior to zoning building permit approval. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 6/23/25, indicating no action required. Therefore, motion to approve the site plan noting the following. The applicant has confirmed no adverse impact from turf field contaminants into the surrounding environment. The facility is to be used for Brunswick School sports practice only. The facility can be used by other educational organizations for sports practice only.
No, we're not. No, they can't unless they come back. They said they'd come back to us if they want to add other educational institutions. We're conditioning the bejesus out of it, just like you asked.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Works for me.
Okay, you can ask for staff administrative review and staff to decide or something like that,
Gotta
but
come back, because I think it's one of the things
Yeah.
we all think is like, okay, great, big, great sports facility.
right.
They're
And they
telling us it's a
said-
practice field for the school.
Hagney said, we'll come back to you if
Right.
you want to add, if we want to add.
Come
other
back for
people.
any and all changes
Okay.
to it, because
'Cause
it
I
goes
noted-
from
Yeah, no
practice
external
to like
uses.
next thing I'm doing, it's.
Okay, all right, we
it's,
got that one.
Giants practice north.
Your air
Uh,
conditioning.
Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall address the outstanding concerns of the health department. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall record a map of lot consolidations on the Greenwich land records. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall return to the ARC to address the following to their satisfaction. Studying the scale of the building with more details, materials, consider the structure, study the similar building to the field house across the street. More robust planting plan should be developed. The applicant stated they were amenable to planting within the wetland review area and should consult wetlands as to planting within the upper review area. And the applicant stated that the lighting is to be on a timer to be shut off at 9 p.m. And then all conditions of prior site plan approval shall be adhered to. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
What do you want to do if they add air conditioning? You know, Mr. McRae was concerned about that. So what do you want to do?
They have to come back.
That was
Okay.
easy.
Okay, not ARC, but coming back to you guys. Okay,
Right.
Right.
understood.
We got Nick to agree to close it. So, all righty. Okay. I think we got everything. We said no external use, the septic, not minimum. The other thing was they hadn't done the cut and fill calculation. They hadn't done cut and fill calculation or blasting. What do we want to do with that? Or what the blasting need is? Patrick, is there anything we should say about that?
They'll need to give that to engineering for the
Okay.
plan.
So we'll leave it be.
I mean, not the method of blasting, but the work, the earthwork numbers.
Then let's just add that the applicant shall consider the opportunities offered by pervious surface, because I didn't buy that argument about, oh, it's really not going to do any good. That's the first time I've heard that one.
What's
So
not going to do any good?
we asked and Ginter said, oh, this isn't a site that would benefit from permeable surface. Like,
Oh.
what?
Okay, so do you want to put the cut, do we need the cut and fill information?
No, Patrick says no, because it's going to go to engineering.
Well, we're gonna get it. That's the thing. You if you wanted it to see, if you wanted to see it before we signed off, that's a different
No,
thing.
I think why don't we just say applicants shall seek opportunities to use permeable surface
Ooh.
and shall minimize cut and fill where possible.
I don't want to mince words, but the lid doctrine of the drainage manual is that. So if you want to emphasize that they should be
We're
looking
emphasizing it.
and
Yeah, and implement section 4 or chapter 4, whatever it is of the drainage manual that covers lid.
Yeah.
Okay.
looking for lid
Okay.
strategies. whatever.
The other
you're-
thing is,
And you're going to protect themselves from the blasting impact? Because that's the only entity that's going to be affected by blasting is them,
Yeah.
right?
okay.
I have
now-
a solution to that.
The next thing is on the landscaping, Nick, I just wanted to tell you that conservation did sign off on the fact that they were using the arborvitae's.
Yeah, but
So even-
ARC wants
yeah.
to see it again.
Okay, all righty, so we're good. And ARC sees the landscaping and the revised facade.
Right, and they need to provide a comprehensive soils and erosion control plan and the construction phasing plan because they're digging a monster hole for a monster building.
You got it. Okay. you happy
Triaxles
now?
up and down Cliffdale, that would be a hoot.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about Cliffdale. Let me ask you something. Is there any way that we can keep it, that we can have the access only be from King? The
Oh, yeah.
construction access?
Hold on a second, let me look at something real quick.
Because Cliffdale's a little straight.
Yeah, they could do it. There's generally a driveway that actually winds up at the light down onto Airport Way there, to their site.
Patrick?
So the positives is that, yes, you can control that. I think Cliffdale is, yes, it's a narrow street, but there is not a lot of residents obviously here until you get to the bottom of the hill.
You'll
So
damage the road.
if they're going out, they're going to be going back to King Street. And I think the school is probably trying to avoid conflicts with the parents and school.
So your option is, we ask them to bond and repair the road.
Oh, no, if there's road damage, yes, absolutely. But
Whichever one.
yeah.
But
So if
Cliffdale
you
is
want
a
to, if you
little
want to warn,
street.
yeah, if you want to warn them that damage to Cliffdale is not going to be accepted.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So it's like
But-
it's a temp driveway from the site out to Cliffdale, up the hill to King Street. Right.
Which, for a number of reasons. One, I don't think the bridge can handle any traffic.
No, yeah, it's gotta go to King Street.
lane.
Yep.
That's the way to
So
go.
we're gonna ask them to use King Street as a construction entrance?
Again, I'm hesitant to say that's a better option with the student population using it. That's the only thing.
I would say, let's have them as part of the construction phasing and why we're requesting it. Have them make that
Bingo.
determination.
Yeah, we can
Perfect.
ask them to emphasize the solution there, and then we can.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, we're happy with that. Okay. Did I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Oh, okay. Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we go to second Congo.
Okie dokie.
Next time you got to split these with me, Nick, because this is really too many for one person to do in one night.
I thought
I
that's my
only-
job.
No, you can share. And then I can see if I can get anybody else. But
Hold on a second.
like Ann Noel was really willing to do 5:30.
Okay, 48 Maple Avenue, PLPZ 2025-279, final site plan special permit applicant is seeking approval to use the first floor of the Carriage House Mead Counseling Center as a general office space on a 2.94 acre property in the R20HO zone. The applicant is, whereas the applicant seeks to utilize incentives of 6109 D5, and the property is within 1,000 feet of the CGBR commercial zone. The commission finds that the Historic District Commission issued a certificate of appropriateness dated 6/11/25. Conservation Area comments dated 6/11/25, indicating recommendations to the application. Sewer Division issued comments dated 6/11/25, requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging the receipt of their P&Z comments. Zoning issue comments 7/16/25, indicating no issues. Greenwich Fire Department issued comments dated 7/18/25, indicating no issues. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 6/16/25, indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the change of use, noting the following. Per Sewer Division comment, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 7/22/25 acknowledging comments. The property owner's statement, the property owner stated the use shall be limited to general office only. Medical uses are prohibited. The applicant shall remove invasive bamboo growth on the property,
Oh, good one.
and
I
all
missed- I
conditions of
forgot
the
all about
prior
that.
site plan approval shall be adhered to, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is a nay. With that, the motion passes 4-1. And for the record, this is a further, in my mind, this is a further intrusion of a commercial use in a residential neighborhood. At the time that we approved this was a huge concern on the part of the neighbors that we were enabling commercial in a residential neighborhood that already felt beleaguered. And that's why I objected it to the first time, and I didn't hear anything that changed my mind. And I honestly don't think that sympathy for the church's finances or the fact that it's a church should be the basis for our decision. Our decision should be based on whether or not we're allowing additional commercial uses into a residential neighborhood and what the impact is on the neighborhood. So that's my reason for a no. All right. And so with that, we go on to West Putnam Realty, which is the Mercedes-Benz. So I'm a nay, and that's votes 4-1. I said that.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, 261 West Putnam Avenue, PLPZ 2025-175, final site plan special permit, applicant seeking to add garage doors to the existing service drop-off carport, thus increasing the gross floor area on a 60,000 square foot property located in the GB zone. The commission finds that ARC to issue comments dated 7/9/25, indicating moving forward with P&Z with recommendations. Sewer Division issue comments dated 6/11/25, requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. Zoning ZBA issued a variance of FAR under file PLZE 2025-015. And Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 4/17/25, indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve the site plan noting the following. For Sewer Division comments, the applicant has submitted a letter dated 7/22/25 acknowledging comments. Per ARC recommendation, additional tree planting shall be considered for the West Putnam Avenue frontage. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant shall review new planting proposal with the planning and zoning staff. All conditions of prior site plan approval shall be adhered to, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Yeski has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
What's that?
St. Albans is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes by 4.5.
Aye, 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 aye.
All righty. Our next one, this is really a lot, Nick. We really shouldn't ask you to do so many. The next time you have
But
to give
keep
me half
going,
of them.
Nick, please.
11
No, I mean,
Bayberry
it's not.
Lane.
I'll
11
tell you
Bayberry
what,
Lane,
it-
PLPZ
what's good.
2025-197, final site plan special permit applications requesting approval to construct a 450 square foot second floor addition over an existing structure. The total proposed volume would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 4-acre property located in the RA4 zone. Whereas the applicant has an active building permit for work on the property. Conservation finds it, the commission finds that conservation issued dated, comments dated 3/14/25 indicating recommendations to the application. Zoning issue comments on 7/16/25 indicating new issues. EMAC issued comments on dated 7/6/25 indicating positive review. Health issue comments dated 6/6/25 indicating approval of 100% receptacle replacement area. DPW drainage, the applicant submitted a drainage exemption. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 10/10/24. Motion to approve the site plan with the following comments. The applicant to address any outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells is second, and Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
Motion passes after Albin's vote, which he almost forgot. Albin votes aye as well, and now the motion passes 5-0. We are done.